Serious. Would you like to kick off by someone doing the recap?
Yeah. Just to make sure that I'm on track, the last session was the demon attack, correct?
Devils.
Or double attack, sorry. Yeah, double attack. Okay. Then, yes, we were ambushed by some devils, which revealed to us that indirectly there was an attempt on Flynn's life. We survived despite much damage being dished out. Moira, in particular, and Lorelei both took big brunts of damage. They tried to deal with Flynn, but it was pointless. Eventually, we spoke with the cat, and she reinforced the idea it was likely an assassin. We spoke with the Oni Goblin spirit, and it confirmed that a Shalaxian put out the bounty. We learned one who completed the one who completed my commission was John Doe Silverwind, and Ayuvaran Male Hunter. That commission was my commission to find the Goblin tribe which killed my child. And then Unme went on a continued rampage of torturing more kobolds and Charakas.
No lies. I didn't torture any kobolds.
Oh, just the Charakas. That's right. The kobolds were learning well.
And the Bogarts are there too.
Yeah, the Bogarts were there too. We then addressed the moat wall, successfully filling it. And Bodil Dahlgren, the new regent of the Stonemasons Guild of Kovlar, came to help upgrade our clockwork wagon, or at least offered to. I think we agreed.
Oh,
Ooh.
But yeah, I think that's everything that happened.
Who'd you say came from the for the wagon?
Was it not Bodil Dahlgren?
No, it was God. The
It was a shumi.
you.
It was a Shuni. Yeah, I think it was a Shuni.
You can rest assured, knowing I will never DM PC a Shuni. That will always be the incorrect answer.
What if it's the final big bad boss?
It won't be.
We also broke the walls for the lake and let the water in.
Yes.
Well, it was the leader of the Guild of Coin, actually, who had came.
Okay.
They had been informed by what's called Bogart that you guys had such a device from the groups traveling in and out of your keep,
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
and they let you know that they would be running up some blueprints and getting back to you.
Okay.
Working with various members of the dwarves, aside from the stonemasons, because they are already rather occupied.
So it would have been a Woolly Iron Temper.
Yeah, that's the one. And I want to say. Think of the 23rd. So yeah, I believe everything immediately has been addressed. I'll put doot. And we'll say it's the start of a new day. You guys got back. You handled everything from there. I had a number of things written down that you guys were handling. But we will start with Grit. Going into the following days, I have it. You noted that you are either retraining or earning income.
Well, actually, instead of earning income, after I'm done retraining, which is going to be like 1, maybe 2 more days, I would like to start training the Bogards, Charkos, and any of the locals to be actually like local militia,
Right.
and be more properly trained.
I like it. As in, like any of the locals from your keep.
Yeah, any of the more permanent residents of the keep itself. This would include the local homeless community, should they even show that interest. But first and foremost on the offer will be the monster residents.
All right. Cool. I got that. Moira. Besides giving your sermons, I have you basically spending time with your mother and training Romulus in Remus. Is that still accurate?
Yep.
All right. Jerron, I have you mostly working on training your new mountain lion cubs.
And eventually some charukas to ride them like fiendish little devils.
All right. There needs probably a bit of training before the felines are ready to be used, but in time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Flynn, I have you mostly working on building the arena, but possibly working with Unmei on setting up trade if stuff arises. Is that still accurate?
Yeah.
All right. And then Unmei, I have you teaching, going down to only 2 hours a day, and then mostly working on trade stuff as well.
Basically, be trading arena. So it's days we're not doing arena, working on trade.
All right. Then between the two of you, what nations or areas do you want to prioritize contacting first?
Honestly, the witch.
Okay.
All right, you have the means of contacting them. You know it is a complicated endeavor, but you are complicated individuals. So,
Well, why'd you have to go and make things so complicated?
you know that those two individuals have made powerful enemies and do
I know.
not remain still. That's why they've made it complicated. Let me see.
It's a kind of situation that makes you frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
All right. With your knowledge, you would pinpoint that they are actually currently, based on movements, travel, and whatnot, if you wanted to contact them, traveling to Nidal would be the best bet, and that would take a few days of your time. Alternatively, you can wait, and they will be in Andoran, but they might be harder to catch there before you guys, before your guests arrive. It'll be over a week before there. With Flynn and your guys' movement abilities, if Flynn just carried you as a small fox and you guys ran for like 2 days, you could get to their location in it all.
Okay.
Which would be your preference?
Depends. Is there anything coming up with the arena that we need to be here for?
Nothing particular. What's it called? Flynn's mostly just working on stuff. Anything that comes so spontaneous, you guys haven't been informed of, so they can wait.
Might as well. Do you feel like setting out?
I'm down.
All right.
All right. I will make a marker. This will likely goes fast because we're doing a lot of time jumpy things. So you'll get there the 25th. I should have moved all this. See.
I know there's bed sores, but I wonder what kind of sores you get riding on Flynn for 2 days straight.
What's your dexterity like, Flynn?
I'm as dexterous as I am strong.
It is a smooth ride. Flynn comes
And I have-
with built-in hydraulics.
I believe that.
master in acrobatics.
There you go. Nice.
I believe that.
Flynn, ensuring a smooth ride, has actually made a point to lift and lower their arms and pacing with their feet to ensure a steady ride in his desire for perfection.
It's a good workout.
Yeah, right, pretty much. All right. And then Lorelai, I have you spending times in the wild, checking on nature, talking to plants and animals. That's just kind of your day-to-day tasks. Anything else of note?
Well, we would have I would have focused on moving the serpents the day before when we opened the lake into it.
Yeah. What's it called? You have the animal care with both your keen abilities with nature, your empathy as a druid, and your ability to talk to animals, that it would be a small task actually for you to lure them through your basement, through sub-basement 1 into sub-basement 2, where you have your underground lake and canal.
Oh, so we have like a access point directly under.
Yeah. Essentially, it's not on the map, but where Alester's ring is, there's essentially another set of stairs going down. So where by default, usually Alester's ring, it was your first sub basement, and that would be the bottom of the keep. You have a second sub basement below that goes off that stairwell down into the underground ring of water.
Okay. Do the serpents, can they just crawl around on the ground, or do I need to transport them in water?
They can spend small periods of time outside. What's called on the ground. It's not their
Okay.
favorite, but they're still snakes. They can move. And you basically can tell them, hey, we're taking you to a nice big watery area. Come with me, and they do not object. You automatically succeed that hand animal check.
Okay, so then today I'd be waiting to see again if Landless, if I hear anything from him, and then I will use my monstrosity form to be a giant serpent, sea serpent as well, and swim with them for a little bit. And I'll also use some water breathing to just like hang out with them as they get acclimated and make sure that like the food source is looking good under there.
Cool.
and whatnot.
The one thing those of you still in the area know is building. I go great. You made a comment on that on this, but building a grate, the entry and the exit of the water area would be advantageous. So that's the only other thing you guys know of that project that could be worked on to potentially prevent accidents. I know you guys had some suggestions how you want to handle it. I think so. Actually, like a full cage on either side.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's also time at some point in the day, then I'd talk. I guess would it be to the dwarves or would it be somebody in town to build grates?
There's no one of that skill level in town, but you know the dwarves could make something like that happen. So actually talking to Kelda, the Amblers Guild, they say it'll probably take about a week to have them built and they'll need help installing them, but they could do it. Let's see. 2 of them, it's pretty big waterways. They could probably get everything set up and done with your guys' help installing them for about 120 gold.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give her that.
All right, if you were going to front it, feel free.
120.
120. All right, they say come back in a week. It is 23rd. Come back on the 30th, or maybe the second days. And I think all Glorian months are 28 days.
Harvest Moon.
None of this like 30 and some, 21 of another. Oh fuck no, never mind. They're all fucking bullshit. They work just like ours. Never mind. So
I mean, if the calendar matches up, it makes sense.
yeah, you're right. So we're at Abydos. We're in January. So on the 30th, they'll have the gates in. They need people who are skilled at moving underwater. They want probably at least 2 to 4 of you 4 of you at least to really get it set up. So
Okay.
I will put that in notes. On the 30th, grates are done and need help of 4 to install. All right.
I'm generally skilled at tasks, just like for all the crazy shit involved in that, I can help. So I volunteered. And that's what it says.
She expected you would be one. She expects the lizard person is probably adept in water because their people live in water, at least best that they know. So that makes sense. Flynn will probably help because he's just a superhero. And then likely Lorelei herself because she has various elemental and animal-like skills, which would make her skilled at doing the task.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else of major note on the day-to-day, Lorelei? I would take it that means you were good. All right.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. So Flynn and Unmei are leaving today.
Yeah.
Okay. So just bring out with Flynn whenever he gets back, and there's a day, at least a day of downtime to do the ritual for the farmland, the plant growth.
Oh, yeah.
But other than that, it's just going to be, checking on the animals, checking on nature and surroundings, and occasionally like sending a messenger, to keep in contact with the grove and keep reaching out to Landless until I need to just go over to the grove to do final decisions and stuff.
Flynn, to actually meaningfully hit all the farmlands as you were the frontier, you guys there is a lot of farmland here. Would probably be close to like 20 days of ritual casting. You've actually gone out and worked on fences, worked on these people's sheds. Most of the area around here is farmland or woods. So you'd want to set aside probably a couple weeks. Yeah, basically better part of a month. Some of it will vary depending on how well you guys do on the rituals, as a critical success dramatically increases the effect. But yeah, you'd want to actually just set up a month of, and then you guys also will need sleep. I know you generally don't need much, Flynn, but it's 24 hours of casting. You probably want to take a day to recover, rest, get ready, and then 24 hours of casting. So yeah, actually a month is a good estimate.
I will need sleep.
Yes. It's very exhausting. It's not just physical strain, but it is magical exertion. And if you could have anyone assist you, it would increase your guys' likelihood of critical successes. So
We need nature and survival.
Yeah.
And I forget how high I need to be.
In particular, if you could get someone who has farming lore or can somehow make a farming lore check, it would dramatically increase your success rate. Because then you could do yourself as the primary nature caster. You could have someone on survival like Phil Flynn, and then someone on farming lore. So it would be good to basically set aside a month and procure someone who's willing to spend every other day channeling a farming lore type skill.
For a whole day.
A whole day, over and over and over and over again.
Every other day, channeling a farming.
It'll have great effects. Like, you guys will rapidly up the entire community of Breach Hill's food acquisition, both in speed and quantity. But it's a commitment. Was that key? I think he said something.
He did. Mm-hmm. But then he perished.
Oh no.
Yeah, he rolled. You didn't beat his stealth check, Co.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, not even the DM knows.
I probably do it every other day, but if someone else wants to split the duty, I can help.
Can you do farming lore?
Hold on. I think there's a spell for that. Let me look that up. And I think there is a spell that casts that gives you at least like an 8 hours of ability to have that farming lore.
I mean, I have an ability to do it, but
You have other stuff going on.
Wait, if you have the ability to make the farming lore, there is another spell that is share lore. That if I can get a way to get you to cast it, then you can give me that lore and I can take over for you.
As you guys are communing on this, Flynn, you would be able to impart that there are a number of heads of household through the region that have farming lore as a skill. They wouldn't be super useful to you guys as ritual caster. These are peasants. But if you just needed someone who had it, and you could somehow magically bullshit that over to grit, it could work.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do this. The trickiest part is getting them to cast a spell. We would need to. Oh, this can get expensive though. The one that would last long enough to make it better would be like a 5th circle spell. So that's 400 gold wand. I don't want to go through that much effort because they need to be the caster in order to impart it. Hmm.
Yeah, it's a arcane or occult.
Okay, well I guess we can't help, but you can find someone who might.
What's the spell you're trying to get?
Someone to cast share lore. Oh, but yeah, it'd be a 5th level caster. And even so, it's just um
Yeah, you have to cast that like 3 times.
Conceivably,
uh,
if it just needs a primary and a secondary caster, well, no. So the requirement is you need a at least master, I'm assuming, in nature to cast a spell as a primary caster, right?
yeah, I think there's just right now trying to find someone who can fill the farm.
Well, what I mean to say is just have a second party also casting,
Also cast.
because potentially like me and Jerron, you're trading survival, right?
Trained in what was it?
Survival.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, conceivably, me and Jerron could also learn the ritual together and do it as well, and like kind of distribute the workload.
I can't teach the ritual to anybody.
Okay, that would gate it. Okay,
I'm not allowed to. It's part of the deal.
fair.
Secret stuff.
Secret.
Druid,
That's fair.
druid.
That's fair.
The secret to everybody, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's secret that everybody knows.
Yeah, the only way to keep a secret is to tell everybody.
Yep.
You just leave out the key
She's fair. She's
ingredient.
fair.
Everybody just has a, multi-class and druid. They don't have to know.
Yeah, hell of a loophole.
But yeah, I think that if I remember correctly, the stipulations for the plant druid giving it, or the plant deity giving that to me, was not to teach it to anybody other than, I guess, druids, or just keep it to myself. I can't remember exact words. And I know that some of the rituals I got from my arch druid had asked to keep it between druids, but I mean, was more of like a choice, like his own choice. But with the plant one, I'd rather not piss them off.
What
So
are they
something
gonna
to keep in
do? Rip our
mind?
legs off?
Trying
Just a
to
few
find
limbs.
someone who is fairly competent and trained in farming lore skill would be good to acquire.
You
Who
know what?
would be willing to help you for a month.
Can I use society to think of any legendary or masterful farmers who would come to mind?
You and Flynn, who I get, well, mostly working together, they both make society checks.
All right, all right.
All right. As you guys kind of brainstorm, you realize you've already touched on the subject. You could likely find someone who is very skilled in farming lore and likely would just be willing to help you in this task in the circle of wild blooms.
Ah, Cheliax, got it.
Not Cheliax. Andrew.
Willing to help. I don't know about that. I don't
They'll be
know
willing to
about
help
that.
with the plants.
Oh yeah,
know.
druids who
We'll
want to
things
just
over.
I mean,
wisely-
it took a blood sacrifice for the guy to even give me this ritual, because
Well, we
and it
gave
was
him a
strictly
blood
because I
sacrifice.
wanted to help with the burnt forest.
It
It was a team on front door. They made it a blood sacrifice. They're willing to adapt it up, I think.
It was a gift for working with them in punishing people who would burn down wildlife, seeking out people who would perpetuate the rampant growth and prosperity of wildlife. If they're willing to torture and sacrifice for people who hurt plants, they're probably just about as extreme the other way around. This is largely a neutral alignment grove.
Is the grove on the way to where we need to go or no?
Exact opposite direction.
Sorry, Lorelai.
But
I guess I could
I
send an
trust you,
animal.
Dio.
Send an animal messenger there.
this was something you'd want to send a message yourself, or deal with directly. But you guys aren't doing this immediately. But if you guys want to pursue that soon, what's it called? It could be an option.
Okay.
So that is everything for the day today. For everyone. All right. Then Flynn and Unmei, you guys could teleport to Ravenel, which would be your quickest way to get to Nadal, as it borders it. You go through, you see all the Desnins, you see Rorsk is actually making great job in creating proper stairs up and out of your guys' cave temple. And there already is a number of safety rails, ropes, and support set up to ensure no one falls off the cliff and plummets down to the spiky rocks below. Great improvements from where you guys started. Where I think you guys literally had to grip onto the cliffside wall and crawl your way up 20 feet. You guys have come a long way. And yeah, between your guys' mutual knowledge of society, you guys can use landmarks and begin hauling ass across the countryside. You guys occasionally will see wild animals and predators. Unfortunately for them, you guys are fairly easily able to get away from them and lose any pursuit given.
Say unfortunately for them or fortunately for them?
To their eyes, they think it's unfortunate. They don't know better.
Maybe I slow down just enough to punch one of them. No.
Honestly, occasionally you might get a wolf or something that like is able to. Because you're what's your movement speed now?
50.
Never mind. So yeah, no, these things can't catch you. If you slow down, a lot of these things are dropping in a punch. You see a couple more formidable creatures. Occasionally, you see those ostrich-like birds that you know eat people alive, and I think they scream and shit. But
No way, they shit.
Yeah, they scream and shit.
At the same time.
they do. Ah.
Oh, I know those. Those are the ones that fake death in Elden Ring.
Yeah. I brought the. I could find it. They were somewhere. They were in like the book, early book theory things you could run into. But yeah, you guys are just doing that.
Yeah, stop from squawking, or a giant like lizard pickle thing appears.
Oh no. Lizard pickle thing would be a whole different kind of monster.
That's not the monster I'm scared of. Where's the handler?
It's the Pierce.
But let me see here. So the next day rolls in, and all right. Cool. 2 days in, before you guys reach your contact, Woldy would round up Moira, everyone who's still there. So Moira, Jiron, Lorelei, and Grit with a number of plans. She says this could be expanded on, but this is what she has initially. If you're looking to upgrade the wagon, I think it was okay. It was over there. She can raise it so it has 6 passengers. I know, and a pilot, which I know will be one more than you guys need, but it just suits in the design she has for the amount of space and just what you have going on. She can double the movement speed from 20 speed to 40. She has, at this size, a normal ballista. If greater expanse was created, she could put a bigger ballista, but right now the frame, this is the largest one that fits it. She can increase the overall strength of the hull and the durability of it by increasing the platings, and that is at point the most efficient she can. She would consider working on it without going into the more experimental plan she has further. The total cost for all of these upgrades would come out to 4,500 gold. By itself, it's about 500, just over 500 to increase the passenger side by expanding it. Raising the movement speed, she needs to do a complete overhaul of the gear workings on it, and that is almost 900 gold for the component she'd need. The ballista is about 500 before the mounting, about what's it called, 700 or so after the mounting. the plates needed to give it the 60 more hit points is about 850. But if you're doing that, she'd recommend using a more refined material, which she'll have to import from the Dwarven city, Highhelm. And that's one of the big costs. It's at 1350 just for the better material. Getting the thickness she needs altogether for that is about 2,200. But it would give it hardness 10 versus hardness 5 with an additional 60 hit points.
You see, they always
So-
design these things with redundant parts just to increase the repair costs.
Mhm.
She can, like, you can leave out the reinforced plating if you're not worried about it being damaged, and that would reduce the cost significantly. But you'd want to increase the passenger count before you increase the ballista, just to have the space to mount it. And the movement speed would just be useful because 900 is not too bad for doubling this thing's speed.
In order, I say we want to make it bigger, faster, and tougher.
Definitely bigger for sure. Yeah, I would say that's a good order of operations there.
Um,
How much was the full total?
4,500 for everything. If you're leaving out the ballista, it's um, hold on. Um, 3,800.
Okay.
It will make it harder to drive. The extra weight, there's going to be more mechanisms that need to be used and adjusted. So you want to make sure someone who is good at piloting lore or craft is able to be the pilot of the machine. Overall, without the ballista, it will have a DC 28 craft to pilot it.
Okay. I can generally do that pretty well. But we like other people to also be able to drive this, I assume.
I think
We'll figure this out.
piloting craft, it just and she goes over like the extra weightage makes the thing generally more sluggish. You need to know how to. This definitely isn't like driving a car. There are a number of levers and pulleys, and she kind of starts going over like if it feels like it's doing this, you need to pull this, turn this, and adjust that. If it does this though, don't do that one. Do it. Still do these two, but then adjust this, and it'll shift the weight. It is a.
Yeah.
It is not a normal car. There is innumerable dials and levers that will need to be pulled and adjusted as this thing moves. She will say though, it makes it with all the adjustments, it shouldn't have any trouble on like you wouldn't want to drive this through straight up difficult terrain, but like rocky, unpleasant for us to walk on surfaces, it won't have issues with.
Well, I know I'm down. It's like we can consider the ballista down the line, but for now, 3,800. I'm happy to put 1,000 towards this.
Yeah, I'll kick it 1,000.
Yeah, because we split up our party gold already, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
What's it called? And then in the future, when you have more gold to invest and wish me to do more, she explains that like these aren't the maximum theoretical outputs they can go, but it is easy. the first few adjustments are easier to make, and when you start trying to get more out of it, it is just much, much, much harder. Like theoretically, this could go a speed of 60, but that's probably going to be 10,000 gold more, just because you're trying to milk a rock and finding success in doing so. But it is possible. It is also possible to make it so this thing flies. But you're looking at probably at least 6,000 more on top of everything else.
Oh yeah, we got that definitely.
So those are things down the line, and you see she has like loose, unfinished blueprints, which basically just readjusts all of the gears and mechanisms to giant wind turbines, and the necessity of a risen platform because this thing wouldn't be able to take off from the ground. You'd need essentially a ramp and be able to build up enough force and from enough height that when it takes off the ramp and then inevitably falls 20 to 40 feet, it doesn't quite hit the ground before it starts flying. But they're all rough drafts.
6,000 total for flight, you say? In addition.
That's the rough working number.
And how much to add flames?
But so
My DM didn't
you
even
said
take me serious.
Grit was Anna, do you want actual flames or do you want just
No,
flames to run on it?
Sorry.
Because there's a possibility. I just a matter
That's
of
a
you
good
finding
point.
tools.
Yeah.
Allocations of wands or rods in the right points and
Duran will put forward 1,000 since he's not paying for that weapon anymore.
so 1,000 off Moira, 1,000 off Grit, 1,000 off Duran.
I already readjusted my.
Yeah, just mine.
She would need
I could
800
have just
more.
gone.
Quickly, go hold up all the chowder costs and Bogarts.
Mm. Mario, you mind swap me 200 gold?
200? Yeah, that'll save me from doing the math I was about to do.
Yeah, because it saves me from doing this extra math here. So yeah, I'll forward the other 600 on top of that. So
And I'll just do 400. I'll put another 200 in.
I was gonna say I can add. I was gonna throw 200 in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have 1,000 from, or I have what, 1,200 from each of you then, basically?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
yeah,
1,200 from each
Simple.
person.
We did a roundabout way of doing it, but we made it happen.
So, 12,000 from
200.
3 of you, and then 200 from Lorelai. So
Yeah.
that's happened.
Mhm.
1,200 from Moira,
Yeah,
1,200
yeah.
1,200 from Moira, 1,200 from
You're welcome.
1,200 from them, and then 200 from Lorelai.
Hey, you know what?
Alright.
For the person who is not inclined to like like artificially crafted thing,
Domestication?
yeah, it's a huge contribution.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cool.
I would hope.
Thank you for helping us build the tank.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah,
Flynn ran away. He knew this was coming.
Just
Put
one of
in-
the random day things that were going to come up.
No, my money.
We can put in like an extra 10 gold for some flame decals on the side,
Hell yeah.
blue and orange.
Makes it go faster.
You
You
have
have
to pay
to
for
put
Yeah.
the holes in the cart too.
Hmm.
All right. Okay, so that's all put forth. One thing I will. We have this later. So cool. That is it. 2 days later, Unmei and Flynn, make perception checks.
I see nothing. Oh, almost.
All right. Fucking good job, Flynn. As you are moving through the woods in Lower Nadal, for just a moment in the trees above you, you spot the briefly the red eyes of a black dragon.
I point.
What's up?
Yeah, you were just a little bit off, Unmei. With it, you can actually see what's it called? About 40 feet up, clinged to 4 different branches, right? Basically two trunks, and then 2 other branches is a sizable black dragon.
Hi. We're back.
You were there on the last trip, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I
was
forget which.
only-
I knew Jerron was there. Oh, were you guys both there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Flynn.
Oh, okay. Okay, my bad. I remember that. And then a moment later, the form falls, and just before it hits the ground, transforms into the white-haired woman, who gives a nod,
Okay,
quite
talk-
away from home.
Quite a ways. I took the Flynn Express.
Indeed. Do you transform out of your fox form?
No,
Can you talk in your fox form?
I actually have no idea.
If
You
it's
should
just
find
like animal form or something, I think you can.
that.
It's technically cat can talk in cat form.
That's weird.
He just doesn't.
Okay, I honestly, you
Of course he
convinced me
doesn't.
that you couldn't. I was like, based on
Technically he can, but he just doesn't.
That's fair.
Yeah, she would nod and what's it called? Wave you two to follow, and a little ways deeper between winding dark trees. This area, a very different ominous from Cheliax's woods. Cheliax as an area is very oppressive and things are very subdued. Nidal is not so much, but there is an outright, almost sinister feeling to the woods here. And more than once you see just outright evil creatures that lurk on the outside edge of your guys' vision, but do not approach you. Deep into the deepest burrows, you were brought to that same tower, and the male witch of similar appearance greets you from the doorstep. What brings you two to Nidal?
Technically, you. More so looking to talk to you.
Very
And
good.
last we came here for assistance with a friend's delinquent sons.
The students Jito and Joti.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we had talked a bit then, but we're looking to set up trade with our town being a trade hub with many nations. We know that you are diametrically opposed with many areas, but we want to stay on good terms with you. So I came to you first to see who you'd like to negotiate with and what kind of goods you'd be interested in.
Oh. Trade is good. Products moving from region to region is advantageous, and community is valuable. Yeah, he would lure you, or not lure, he would invite you in to, and as you enter in, The inside of the tower is many times larger than the outside. Giving you Unmei, you're very knowledgeable of magic. This is very much an extra dimensional space kept within this tower. There are actually, right in your taste, various shadowy figures that actually look remarkably similar to yourself that move around here immediately, offering to take your shoes, your coats if you have them. They are featureless and almost ethereal, but they all have a kitsune-like demeanor to them. You guys are brought assortments of beers, wines, fruit juices, coffees, and teas. Each served a platter as you're brought to well-made seats. You see in it near the back a large alchemical room, not too dissimilar from the one Grit and Hazel make. Numerous specimens in jars, a handful that appear to still be alive, though no creature looking inherently benevolent in such. Lots of jars, lots of vials, a sizable cauldron, and beyond that, stairs that lead upwards that you can occasionally hear the sounds of conflict, magic, and whatnot emanating down from seemingly dozens of different denizens of this tower.
I'll never take tea.
All right. Well, you're given a plate of like 10 different drinks each. The greeting you guys is excessive. Along with that, following such, for each of you, a large plate of a dozen different fruit and other other sweet-based confections are placed next to each of you. Very little that is served to you has any real health benefit. It is all sweets. Once you are all four seated, they would address you. You were looking to have us assist you in trade or trade with us directly?
Be participating with moving any goods you would like to sell or helping you acquire goods. Again, we want to make Breachill a trade hub with the many gates we're going to have active. We're going to start negotiating deals with cities to provide a trading path through that will be taxed.
They nod.
Again, you being on basically the shit list of many countries, and we want to give you priority since I want to have good relationship with you since you are, being the mentor of the prodigy of one of our companions. Plus, you're probably one of the strongest allies we could have.
There are many powerful people in Galarian, especially in the New Cheliaxin region. But
Yeah, but we don't like
appreciate
Cheliax.
this. Oh, true. But the Cheliax, Ishgard, Nagadal, Ravenel, even Multhune to a degree, all fall in the sphere of influence of Cheliax. Andoran, Taldor, and Daruma are outside of their reach. The Shining Kingdoms would actually be able to mobilize against Cheliax. And while there's reason to think that Nirmathis, we feel lightly outpowers Multhune, the threat of Cheliax supporting Multhune keeps those two at essentially a standoff. Varissia is too large of a superpower, and doing anything past Lake and Carthen risks the tyrant's wrath. If you want someone who is frighteningly powerful, there is none who supersedes him. The two spend a while looking at each other. You guys have dealt with this before. These two likely have some kind of mind link that lets them speak privately. We can look at getting you lists of harder to obtain ingredients. We have a number of alchemical items we could sell that outclass anyone in the area. And if the deal was secured, I have been known to offer my spellcasting services to those who need.
Would you be willing to add Breach Hill or close to as one of your spots where you frequent in your tower?
There's an area in the far tail of the Five Kings Mountains I have contemplated. We'd need to. There is preparation in doing what we do. The area needs to be sanctified, undisturbed, protected. I usually leave guardians in our wake. You saw the spiders last time. But they ensure that the area is not defiled or disturbed, that the magic works. And it would only be a short trip down from there to get to your guys' fortress. It would also allow us to circumvent entering the city proper.
That would work. That way, we can advertise your services. People, if you let us know by way of message, we could let people know you would be in town. So anybody who wants to make use of your services could go and see you and, make deals with you. And then, same token, if you let us know anything you need, we could acquire it for you for a fee on delivery.
This works for me.
Through all that traveling, it's harder for you to get in the cities, and since you're on the wild so much, there may be things to acquire that you normally can't.
Right. I appreciate the effort you've done to get here. Allow me to offer a bit of such in return for you. Fuck me. Close. I didn't want to do that. If you are looking to set up trade, I would suggest touching bases with Oprak.
Who's that?
It is a new nation. It is just northeast of here. It is a nation. It is the new, effectively global capital of the Hobgoblin. I have a comrade who serves as their serves in their queen's council. They are a difficult bunch. You will have better luck speaking to them as you are not a normal surface dwelling race, being a beastkin. You guys would actually remember that you guys actually had a number of denizens come from Oprak, the Minotaurs that you guys spoke to briefly in Breach Hill. The as far as people who are potent, their leader is well, exceptionally potent. She is at least my equal, if not superior. She is not a good person, but she is someone who has the economic standings of her nation placed above all else right now. I would suggest speaking with them.
Okay.
Um,
I'll probably go there another day though. When I have
oh,
it. So
it'll be a long travel, especially from your home.
I'm assuming hobgoblins are related to goblins in some way.
More humanoid in nature. Well, I say human-like in nature. They are taller. I actually, let's see. He would gesture, and the woman would actually move away, and pull out a large painting. On one side, you can see the two witches that you are talking to, along with various other humans, elves, and other dwarf type adventurers. And on the other side, a number of monstrous creatures, centaurs, minotaurs, goblins, and a bald, gray-skinned woman pointing a sword out in opposition to them. This is her. Her name is Azarsi. She was actually originally from Ishgard. He is a warrior of deadly potency, but she is open to trade negotiations. The image they show you, I'll put in chat.
Sounds like you might have another person for your arena.
It is unlikely she would have partake.
Oh.
I will tell you, should she partake, it is extremely unlikely she would lose.
Okay.
Being the leader of a city, it is more likely she would send one of her underlings to compete.
Looks like we got somebody for the arena.
We require representation.
I put a picture of her in the chat.
A vampire?
Hobgoblin.
Uh-oh.
Not a vampire.
We're about to go murder her later.
Her plane actually uses similar design to my tower. I've been to the city a couple times since it's set up. It is rather unassuming from the outside, but her actual kingdom exists on the plane of Earth. This information will be valuable should you decide to treat with them. From what I've seen of your nature, though, I would work to establish strong ties with Almas in the nation of Andoran. They are a virtuous country and they border Ishkar. High Helm is the dwarven capital. It is only margins away from you, but with your standings, from what I've learned in recent events, you should have a strong case in forming trade ties. And Druma is a nation that focuses on little more than they focus on currency and their fey denizens. If you are in need of fast transit, simply set time aside and I will try to make a point to come by as a initial service I can offer. And I'd be willing to do such at a discount as you guys have made such a point to contract me first. That is the first goods I can trade, and it will be a gift to your group specifically. Should this all pay out well, we could look into something more permanent. There are means of contacting me that is easier than waiting for me to show up or seeking me out. Though the fact that you're able to seek me out twice already is compromising to, or challenges the difficultness at which it is to find me.
Or you just didn't let us find you?
I shouldn't be this easy to get. You are potent adventurers, though, but still. We'll talk, and when this is all set up properly, I will give you easier means of contact. And if you know you ever have to travel a great distance, save up the coin, and I will provide teleportation services.
Mm-hmm. All right.
All right. Then, yeah, you will hear back from me. I will begin forming a supply of items that I need to be sold, and I will get you lists of items we need, and we can start this off.
Okay.
Very good. But allow me to. Where is your next destination after leaving here?
Is there any other nation in the area?
Nidal itself?
Oh, I'm asking you.
No, yeah, no, that's what I know. Yeah, Nidal itself. You were in the nation of Nidal.
Yeah, we'll swing by there.
Very good. You guys would actually know that you had helped rectify the false imprisonment of a emissary of Nidal right around the time you joined the campaign, Unmei. Flynn, you would know this more appropriately. And to the best of your knowledge, you guys are in good standing with the Umbral Court. It'll take about a day to get up to Nidal.
Okay.
All right. Do. So we'll be moving into. Let me keep track of my days. So let's see. We'll be going to day 26. Boop. All right, you guys head off northward. And the next morning, back in Breach Hill, I'm gonna roll a dice a d4. Ba-doop, boop, ba-doop. 1, 2. All right. Juron, as you guys wake up, a couple or 3 days now since Flynn and Unmei have left, you have your morning breakfast, and as you go into the room with the cats, there is one more than normal.
Jiran scrutinizes the cats.
They look at you and approach you, eager for food as usual.
Well, if he's approaching the cats, he's definitely got food on him.
They are meowing. They are clawing at your ankle or your thighs and your calves.
Mama gets food first, and then he hands off to the other ones. Can Jiran look for signs of recent birth?
Yeah, make a nature check.
Okay.
There is nothing.
I look over all the cats. Does any of them stand out?
It is hard to really make them out. They all have very similar markings and colorings. But you can make a perception check.
I will perceive. I will re-roll that. Good old standard Monday campaign, I think, right, guys?
Yeah.
Oh boy, another single digit.
It's 5 times as high as the last one, though.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
Much improvement.
Let's up those numbers.
Oh
All
boy, one day I'll
No, they
have
all
a
look the
session
same.
where I roll an average above 5.
Let's see. Yeah, you don't know, but there's definitely something peculiar going on.
Jiran will Jiran will grab one and experimenting. He'll take it out of the room.
All right. Which way are you going? You have either up into the Druid class hall, into Lorelei and Alwyn's room, or into the medic ward.
Well, it'd be rude to just go into Lorelei's room. You'll go into the Garden Druid Hall.
All right. The mother would keep an eye on you, and would follow you in. But you've proven trustworthy after beating her ass. She knows she can't deal with you.
Seeing this, I'll set that one down next to the mother and then look in the room at the other 6.
What's it called? Moira, as you are finishing your prayers and going to your temple, 4 of the mountain lion cubs come running out of the doorway from the medic ward into your temple.
Do
Grit,
they seem
you're usually in-
hostile?
Nope, they seem small and I don't know, like cats escaping. The your other Serenites seem startled at the appearance of the cats. It wouldn't take us very long for Jiran to you to notice the others are escaping.
Okay. I know I didn't leave the door open, right?
It definitely wasn't open.
Jiran would address the other cats, the two that he has in the druid hall, holding out his hand as a command to try to get them to stay, and then runs over to the medic ward.
All right. I would say Grit and Lorelai, you're so early. This is starting to cause a corruption. You guys are hearing about the. You guys can hear this happening.
And Jiran would try to gather up as many of the cats as he can.
We're going to shut the
Look,
doors in the chapel to make sure they don't get out.
All right.
There's more than there was before. One of these kittens is an imposter.
I'm sorry, what?
I will,
Sus.
I will go. I guess would I have first heard them in the garden area?
Yeah, you'd probably hear Jiran enter your garden area. The only person who regularly goes to your garden is the Hell Knight, Alec. So that's uncharacteristic to see Jiran in there.
Okay, so yeah, I'll see the cats that were left in the garden and ask them to come along and go into the chapel where the rest of the commotion is happening.
All right. They
Close the door behind us.
are eager to follow New Father as you realize they address them in their own way of speaking. What are you up to, Grit? I think Grit might be AFKs. All right. Well, you were able to stop them, but Moira, make a perception check.
All right, perception checks. Let's go. As soon as I find
Did I
perception,
hear him
there it
say
is.
that there's an imposter?
Yeah.
Okay.
As you stop two of the kittens from exiting out that bottom doorway, Moira,
Mhm.
you notice that one of them is a bit more wily than a kitten should be.
Is it slightly greener also?
Not at all.
That was also my my first thought, honestly.
I was gonna speak in Fey and be like, "All right,
The jig is up.
where's the Glimmerling?"
So, yeah, you can see Jiran Moira has stopped two of them. You've gotten two of the others. I haven't written down so many. You remember how many kittens you had? Was it 6?
I think I have it written down.
I know written down somewhere. I just keep notes. I need to start consolidating my notes. I did
6
some of that too.
kittens and their mom.
Okay, I was right. Cool.
Yeah, so 7 total. Then so this is currently we have 8.
Yeah, there's 7 kittens total right now, and then the mom.
But one's going in the blender.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Don't.
What more will raise the wily one? Like I assume I got them by like the scruff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll raise the more wily one in the air. It's like I think it's this one.
And I was like, "Glimmerling, is that you?" In Fey.
As you're holding it. That one gets way heavier, and what's it called? Let's see. Let me know when you're back, because you would be involved in this. I want to have you involved in it. As a elf in wild, handmade looking clothes manifests on the floor, standing next to you, holding his hands up.
No, sorry, I was
Hmm.
muted.
Gotcha. Did you catch all that? There's been a lot going on.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I did.
Would you like to be involved in any way?
Yeah, I'm here. I was helping them herd cats.
Okay.
I was trying to help them. Yeah.
You roll too well on stealth.
Say,
I stealth my own voice.
do I recognize him? Then?
He does have markings that are from your circle.
Okay. Then I'll say landless.
What's up? He has a excessively relaxed demeanor to him, and leans back casually against the wall. I was pretty sure I was indistinguishable from the other little ones. Guess I still need to work on my skills a little bit more.
I'm just glad
Gerard-
you weren't the glimmerling.
You guys got those out here in Ishgard? That's strange.
Well, they
One.
had to make a deal with one, so I point to everyone else in the room.
Oh.
He was painting to keep green.
Going.
Juron would set the other kittens down and urge them to go to their mother, and then he would start approaching.
Why do you have all these cats in a room? That's not where cats go. And you got plants in a room. That's not where plants go.
Uh,
Well, I hope for the cats to eventually not need to be in a room. Although Duran here is supposed to be taking responsibility for them.
that is correct. And is Juron able to get up to this guy?
Yeah, he doesn't resist at all.
Okay. No reroll of that. Do I have another hero point?
Gonna slash him.
You do have hero points.
Yeah. There we go.
All right.
Double digit.
So you clawing him?
Yeah.
Okay. As you claw him, his eyes wake up, and he is kind of in a corner. And he holds up his hands like, "Whoa, lizard guy! Whoa, why the violence, dude?"
Does that deflect my attack?
No, you hit him.
Okay, cool.
For max damage.
Well, as Miss Lorelai had stated, they are my responsibility, and I don't take kindly to those who are trying to steal my responsibility.
Dude, if I wanted to steal your cats, I would have did it before you came into the room. That would be just stupid to wait for you to show up and then do it.
Then I don't like you messing with my responsibility.
Why you got all the cats locked in a room? There's not even a window, man.
I'll tell you, they will become part of our defenses. They will be treated as well as I can, and they will be given a role here. And you will not defy that role. And can I have an intimidate check?
Yeah. um, yeah, he holds up his hand. Like I said, if I wanted to mess with your stuff, I would have done it in like a bunch of different ways. I was just hanging out with the guys.
And you didn't open the door?
It just goes to another box. He points to the room, which goes to another box, which goes to another box, or another box.
Yes, well, if you try it again, I will put you in another box.
Which box? You guys have like 50 here.
Don't worry, by the time you're in it, you won't even realize it.
I'm pretty perceptive.
Yeah, but you won't be very perceptive after I eat your eyes.
Pretty sure I could grow them back, but that's pretty mean. You know, for people spoke pretty well of you. You're pretty violent, dude.
Hmm. Perhaps.
Well, I mean, you did come in and just cause a commotion instead of coming in and saying hello.
Is that how you guys do things? You cause a commotion so they take your eyes away and they claw you?
Juron would
But-
sigh
Oh.
and look to Moira. Can you clean up this situation?
You were the one everyone liked. Well, the guards liked you, but I guess it's because you're super violent and angry and you take people's eyes. Man,
Go for the
I
eyes,
was
boo.
expecting at least a nicer welcome than getting clawed and have my eyes threatened, and then to have people put me in a box. It's all bad enough you all live in a bunch of boxes. This is what living in boxes does to people. You should go back out to the swamp. It's better out there.
Moira, or Juron would sigh and look to Moira. Moira, please.
Moira just
you would-
looks back, like hands up, like I am as confused as you are.
I am not
bewildered
good.
expression. Like
I am not
Okay,
good with the.
I will interject.
Look, you're a healer, right, little one? You worship sun god. That's what they said back at home. You heal people.
yeah.
He would exaggeratedly point at the claw mark Gerard left. Would you be so kind, and we'll call it even?
Did not mean to actually hit my mic. Moira cracks her fingers, gets to work.
All right, yeah. John didn't like maul him by any means.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, a transgression from the lizard, but a benevolence from the halfling. Everything's balanced. Bygones be bygones.
Juron is desperately resisting his urge to his distant urge to eat a sentient humanoid.
Okay, well,
Anyway, yeah, we should go outside. At least your guys' little like yard in a box. This place sucks.
Tears
That's
for Druid.
okay with all of
Okay,
you.
let's do it.
Or we can go out the
but also-
front. Then I can run away if the lizard tries to eat my eyes.
Oh, Pharasma, stay my hand.
yeah.
Yeah,
well, okay,
that's fair. That sounds
everybody.
good.
This is Landless, the druid from
life-giving
Meguro,
water,
the one that's been
nectar of the
in.
gods.
What is it called? Sarah, blah, 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 blah. That place?
Corridor.
Ciridor. There you go. Landless.
couple-
This
couple talks
is.
ago.
These are my friends. We got Moira.
Duran,
Duran.
Moira, and Grit, and the other two aren't here.
Nope. They're on a
But
journey
you
right
have
now.
all other kinds of people also in in their own boxes.
Yeah, we got
Hmm.
we got a couple Hell Knights. You know, fun
That's
times.
the guy in next to the plant box.
Yes, I'm sure he
Then you-
loves it.
I mean, he looks like he'd love it.
He needs a little color and joy in his life. I think so. I think the garden is good for him.
With all these fields, though, why do you put the plants in a box? Like, Yeah. And he'd walk with you guys outside, out the front yard if you guys.
We cannot let this guy see our mushroom farm.
Oddly enough,
It's
To be
in
fair,
that
they are in
room.
a cave.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not concerned about the quality for him. I'm concerned about abusive use.
Okay, fair.
Oh, come on, man.
My
Let me
comment
have
I put
some.
in chat still stands. I suspect he smells of burnt peanut butter.
Once you guys get outside, he sure enough opens a bag and pulls out some greens, flicks his fingers, igniting them, ignites it, and begins smoking. I bring enough to share. Just got it from the plant druids. This stuff's great.
Got it from the plant druids for the purpose of burning.
Oh yeah, the stuff right here, they harvested themselves.
So I
It
guess
gives it
they
a
remove
whiff.
the spirit.
Decent guys.
So I take
Make
it you
a
went
craft
there
check.
before going home.
Yeah. Took me a second. I mean, once I heard Earth was taken by the wild, well, I guess I went by home, and then I went by there, and then I went by home again, and then I came here.
I know nothing.
All right. You know this is very well made, well grown, and likely extremely expensive.
Okay.
I
Grit, you don't know anything. Yeah, they're burning plants, and
I
you
will
seen people do it before.
I will accept a hit.
Yeah. Oh, he gives each of you, including Jiran, your own what's it called? Like roll of the stuff. It's just it just rolled cleanly. It's very, very rudimentary. It's not like packed into a blunt or like rolled into a cigar. He just has a tight roll. It looks to be sealed, and he just has one side lit off. He lights up, and he would give Moira one, Jiran one, and Lorelai one. Aket's already left. Before basically, Aket would have done the prayers with you, Moira, and then went down to handle her duty.
Yeah.
Real quick. You know? Oh no, she would be here because she usually waits for you guys' sermon. She's doing something else. She's elsewhere, not dealing with this guy. And yeah, he would light each of them up and hand them to you. There we go. Now this is how you get peace with new friends.
Hmm.
And he would actually just once you're outside, he would just sit down and lean and like lay back onto the grass, looking at the sky.
Jiran would look at Moira. It would be so easy.
Grit lies back on the grass.
Moira just shakes
is
her
how-
head as you're on, like, no.
We are supposed to be. He looks up. He's like, and he at Jiran. Not as easy as you think, but that's not why I'm here. Why I'm talking to you guys, or why I gave you some of the good stuff I just got like a few days ago.
Oh, Jiran is so angry.
I
Isn't this
definitely don't
better
smoke
than,
while you're
like-
angry.
Sitting in a box. You can see the blue and the white, and you can smell all kinds of green. Not even just this one. He runs his fingers to the grass and just holds them to his face and sniffs. The grass is way different here in Breach Hill.
Well,
We're not in the clover patch, are we?
I was gonna
No,
say,
you're literally right out the front gate. He didn't go that
Okay.
far. But you're not far from the clover patch. The clover patch is just basically where your tokens are, right above that.
Hmm. Is
Well,
some of our grass more green than other
it's on
parts of
either
the
side.
grass?
Nothing looks out of the ordinary.
Only the stuff on the other side.
Of course it is. It always is.
Always has been.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Sorry.
God damn it.
You saw the image.
Yeah.
So, so what have you heard from home and from those at the was it Blooming Grove?
The what's it called? Wild
Wild
Bloom
Bloom?
Grove.
Yeah. The Wild Blooms.
Well, Yurth wants to make sure someone's in charge, since I guess his departure was pretty abrupt. The other two are basically at each other's throats about how it's going to end up going. They both got some decent points, but none of them really address the main issue.
And what do you believe the main issue is?
We sit at a single place and we don't move, building all these boxes and putting animals in boxes. He lifts his head to look at Duran. Don't worry, our people. Well, you were there. Our people do it too. It's kind of gross there as well. And he lays that back.
Your
See, I have a lot of stuff. You
Your
gotta keep it in the
lifestyle.
box.
Just get good bags.
A lot of stuff.
Really good bags. Maybe a cart. And you can put all the really good bags in it. You could hold a whole keep worth of stuff with the right bags.
We could use more bags of holding.
Those are the ones with spacious pouches and all that. But when you sit still in one spot, that's what our whole Grove's issue is. Everyone's living in houses. You know, no one just sleeps like this. And he points around himself. They build wooden things and they put a bunch of sheets on it and they hide under a thing and they blow out their little lanterns and it's just kind of gross. If you just kept moving, kind of just solves all the problems. One issue's an area, you just go to a new one. Want to see something else?
Well, we travel a lot individually or in pairs, but if you're talking the longevity of it, constantly moving for the families with the children, it's not necessarily the most feasible. But I understand having a few different spots where you could move to for
You're saying
emergencies at any given time.
we can't do it, but like ducks can do it? That's silly. Mountain lions can do it? You look down on our people.
And what about the birds and their nests?
But we're not ducks or birds.
You hang out a little bit here and there, but I bet if a bird can keep its nest moving, it would. They just don't have hands.
You make a lot of presumptions.
I've known a lot of birds.
Yeah. I've known a lot of corpses who die on the road.
I imagine there's a lot of people who die at like a box.
Yeah, so they don't seem to have much difference, do they?
Yeah, we're not talking about dying or living. But yeah, you're right. You gotta live and die either way. So there's all the benefits of just traveling.
Well,
Thanks
here's
for
the
that,
thing.
Midget Bro. Hey,
I'll say this: if you live in a box, the likelihood that you'll get eaten by a bear is much smaller. So I might die in the box, but at least it won't be bear shit.
man, if our circles are getting taken out by bears, we got all different kinds of problems.
You're a druid. I'm a wizard. I gotta be afraid of that
Oh
stuff.
yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, it makes sense. But if nothing else, you all have a number of, or you're all thought of pretty well.
Mhm.
Um. Anyway, the others will be showing up in a couple of days, I think. They'll have more information than me, but
The others.
Yeah, Jiron claws his own face.
so when I saw that basically about half the group want to just become bookworms and lay down ever carrying a weapon again, and the other half all want everyone to pick up weapons and, well, honestly, just doesn't like my kind in particular. I talked to Yurth about it, and I told him that your people all just showed up and fixed a lot of the problems that our people are all bickering over. I heard that Mr. Goblin, you did all the trap stuff. Trapping's really good when you're on the road, by the way. You could always have good hunting grounds. And it alleviated a lot of the worries of things like bears wandering in. The gate guards all held real highly to Mr. Lizard over there. Everyone seemed to like the little son. We even got a little girl who's, I guess, called herself the extra little son now.
The tiny son.
Yeah, Bethany. Tiny son, I think, would roll off the tongue better. She just calls herself the extra little son. um, and then I guess you had a fox guy who handled a lot of your trade issues, and then a human of all people sorted all of our elders' problems. That's weird. He's like what, 20 or 30?
Apparently, he was born. He was born knowing how to do paperwork.
Kind of embarrassing though when like a 20 or 30 something is handling the bickerings of like 150-year-old elves. But I mean, he left a good impression. Uh, so I talked to Yurth. I talked to our guys. I did some negotiating with the Wild Bloom. You'll be happy to know our underlings now have all 10 fingers, and he lifts his hand to the sky and wiggles them.
Do they have the
Is-
rest of the part that's supposed to go between?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I thought that was kind of,
I mean,
yeah, the whole like,
look,
fingers.
the plant druid seemed very particular, so I could see them just giving the fingers back.
That's just druids, though. Like, you really screw up. Most druid circles aren't as nice as us. Like, the flame druids are pretty much the nicest druids on the continent. Maybe even Cyrodiil, I think we have. They're just a lot smaller. But like, you go to the beach over in like Ravenel and you throw trash in the ocean, and you're probably not leaving that beach.
Just those trash in the ocean.
I don't know. People who light groves on fire. Shakes his head.
I mean, I
Shots
guess
fired.
if we count the bodies of the slavers that probably ended up in the ocean, sure, but that's biodegradable.
Yeah, that's just fish food.
Yeah. I think you guys will like Cyrodiil when you get there. It's a lot though. They still have a lot of boxes. Makes sense that, yeah. It's complicated.
So, you were saying?
Well, after negotiating with the Wild Blooms a little bit, getting them to lighten up on our two knuckleheads, buying some of their stuff, selling some of the stuff I had with me, Yurth was saying, since after I told him that your group all came and made a big impression, and I talked to, the Fey Warden, and a lot of the elders, your mother included, nice and beautiful as ever. They figured, since no one can really make up their mind in the Grove, and there's a good likelihood everything ended up just ripped in half, they get the input of the 5 of your companions. Went out of their way to help a bunch of people they didn't know too well, solved a bunch of problems we couldn't solve on ourselves. Figure there's 5 of them, 3, 4 of us. Should be someone that comes out ahead. And then they just do it their way. I don't expect my way will be the way everyone wants, but I wasn't really planning on being any kind of leader sort anyway. I just came because of the message. Thank you for that.
Mm. Well, I was hoping that we'd be able to find a balance between everyone's ideals that in the long run is simply the best for our people and our grove as a whole, without egos involved. But
Yep. Well, it seems like Earth, as indisposed as he might be for the coming while, says he thinks your 5 companions you've decided to bunker up with have the insight, the know-how to figure this out. They're kind of personal but impersonal. What do you 3 think? I can't ask the other 2. They're not here. I looked. And he addresses with Jiran and Moira.
So why do you need a singular head of the Grove?
Duh, it's just how things go. One person, I guess it matters when you have people who just have different way of doing things. Like I said, Mirth and Avisis are basically at each other's throats.
I'm assuming it's kind of just wrangling, and you all have a kind of an exclusive power set and secret and culture you keep to yourselves. Yeah, makes it easier to manage if you just have one leader.
well,
Yeah, I think most places always end up with one guy in charge. Like I said, the others are at each other's throats. Merch, I think within a day of being there, hit Avisis in the face with fire.
Mm, mm.
I don't know the details. I heard about 4 different stories. It all seems like, to smolder out by now.
well, I think having one person to make final calls on things helps, because if it was just a full council, then I think we'd run into times where nothing could get done because we'd be pulled in a million different directions. However, my ideal would have been that, yes, there's the Archdruid who finalizes the decisions, but wanting a diverse group of, whether you call them elders or a druid council, to weigh in and give their suggestions, share their knowledge, from their different travels in different areas of study, and in order to help instead of just keeping that to themselves in their travels and seeking their knowledge, but then not returning to share, to help. So, I mean, having a council where you can get ideas for security to protect the people, and then ideas for strength in our studies and make sure that we grow stronger as a people with our gifts that the earth gives us, and education, and then keeping some sort of peace with the outside world and trade, including the Fae. You know, keeping a
From the
balance with
sound of
the
it, we
animals,
have different
hunting.
ideas of how it goes. Like, well, they believe very differently on how to protect the grove. So you say, let's work to protect the grove. They agree, let's protect the grove. And then they have completely opposite ideas on how to accomplish it. Seems more to be the problem.
Yes,
Little
that's
green guys got it. I kind of think the same way. I think we tear up the whole place and we just start walking. Problem solved. I mean, there's more to it than that, but that's kind of, my basis. I think if
it's more utilizing a bit from everybody's input. It's not only going one certain way. It's,
Well, the thing
taking
is,
the ideas that Asvisus has, taking the ideas.
well,
that
it's more of like the scenario of if someone thinks they're on a boat that's sinking, do you worry about paling water and saving the boat, or do you worry about just bailing and making sure everyone who can swim gets off right and the people who can't are taken care of? There's different ways to solve the problem, but there's no middle ground for that solution. Everyone's kind of got to work together. And the problem is, it's a big enough problem, and each person wants to do something different.
That's what I'm saying. I want people to work together. I want to find a balance in the
But you
middle.
have to give them a middle ground answer.
Well, anyway,
I have been.
I got people, or animals to talk to in the area. I don't know this area that well, but I would say, Miss Lorelei, think about what you want to say, and Mr. Grits, right?
Well, yeah, that's
All right, Little Son and Angry Lizard Man. If you had any input, I think the people are looking on you guys for final say, along with the handsome fox boy I'm told about, and the overly knowledgeable human. Or I guess overly reasonable, overly able to solve old people's problems human. Whatever.
It's actually more astounding that he's known for that as opposed to his ability to stand on air.
Dude, I'd sound on air before I had to sort those people. I mean, I can, but God, it's like hours of just listening to people argue about the stupidest stuff. But that's leadership. Giving up your life to do that every day. Hooray for leadership. I'm here, though.
Huzzah!
All right. With that, he actually turns around, stretches, gives a bow, and turns into a phoenix.
Whoa.
Huzzah!
And starts flying, heading actually up into the mountains, just above you guys, but not seeming to be in any rush. Very idly flapping. You notice as he's going, he still has the plant in his beak.
And somewhere a child shall watch this bird fly and become a Pokemon master.
All right.
I hate that guy.
All right. The rest of the day will go smoothly. Heading into the next day where Unmei and Flynn arrive in the capital of Nidal, Pango Lias. The city is adorned with nothing but black architecture. The people quiet and kept to themselves. As you notice, as you even at the gate, there are monstrous devil-like creatures that stand around the city. What is your guys' play? People look at you wearily as you very apparently stand out, as you're wearing things like colors and whites.
Well, we will need to find the. Who should we find? Like the mayor?
What do we know about this town? Is what it comes down to.
Town is not the word.
What do we know about this small borough?
I actually have a picture of the city. I will put in PNP game. If that goes through. It's a very long picture. Both of you can make society checks.
I have a nice one, Umi.
You guys know that little is known about the rulers of this nation. And they are shrouded in mystery, but from campaign knowledge, you know under the rulers is a group called the Umbral Court. You know it is a nation of get rid of that jab. Roughly 20,000 people.
What's the size of Breach Hill?
1,000, just over 1,000.
So slightly bigger than Breach Hill. Got it.
Yes. Breacho is 1,300. This is a proper city and the capital of a nation. Let's see. You know, it is again from personal experience and your guys' role. It is largely controlled by summoning shadow-dwelling fiends known as Velstrax. One of the creatures you actually see just moving up and down the streets. I'll put again in the chat. Are these things? They are weak augury creatures that are likely being used by the government to monitor the citizens.
And you said we did some kind of good thing for these people?
Yes.
They did, I should say.
You worked with an emissary of the Umbral Court and helped him have an audience with the leader of Cantargo and cleared his name for being falsely accused by the Scarlet Triad.
We should probably start with that person.
I don't think he's here, is he?
Yeah,
Or
it's
is he?
possible. I mean, you guys' adventure in Cantargo was some time ago, and he was just sent there from here to talk and have some dealings with the governor of Cantargo. It's been a month or two since then.
All right, Flynn, show me how you do things. You know, it was before my time.
What do you mean? Do I remember his name?
Yes, you would remember his name. It starts with like a. Where is he at? Book 3. Helika Shadeborn.
Right, well, if I know those things are working for the government, I go try to get one of the eyeballs thing's attention.
As you get their attention, it turns to put its gaze on you.
Uh-oh.
It has a huge collection of gays.
Well, oh,
It levitates a bit away as the blades on it seem to circulate and move around him, likely painful for anyone who got too close. The creature is a far cry below you.
I go, hello. Is there someone named Helika Shadeborn here?
The creature monitors you for a while and doesn't give any response. And then
This thing doesn't seem to
eventually
have a mouth.
seems to just go about its business, just looking, moving down the street, monitoring people.
Okay. I'm gonna walk down the street. I'm gonna just look for like the biggest, fanciest building there is. I'm just gonna walk into that building.
All right. um, That actually would be. Um, well, as you walk into, actually, I guess it'd be between 3, so I'll do this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. You walk into a large building as you work your way through the hallway. Inside, you see several robed figures and many others that appear to be slaves, something you've seen is somewhat common in this city, but is especially so here. And one such figure turns to you and nods, taking the measure of the two of you before speaking. What brings outsiders to the house of Asmodeus?
Well, we're looking to set up some trade agreements with our neighbors. We are from Breach Hill, and I do have a contact here. They know who I am. Halika Shadeborn.
Do you know who he's associated with? It'd be the Shadow Court.
The Shadow Court. There we go. I don't
If
remember.
very well. He would step outside and give you guys a series of directions, leading you to a government office. If you were in good graces with the Shadow Court, then you were in good graces with us. And it is clear you are both free men of Ishgard.
Yes.
Keep to the main roads. It is
Free
clear you're
man
not from
and a
here.
fox.
Indeed. And they will see you. Glory to your future contracts. And he would nod you on your way out. As you move through the city, this is clearly a dim and cruel place. But one thing you notice is it is very clean, and you don't notice any signs of apparent crime. But there is an obvious bleakness that travels through this way, and the social hierarchy is biometric. Like, there are people who are slaves and people who are slave owners, and you see very little that you would classify as in between. But as you eventually arrive to the very depths of the city, there is a large government building that sees you. Well armored guards see you on your way in, but unlike most cities you've been, they don't halt you, they don't slow you. There's almost a sense of like they think you should know better, that everyone here should know better. If there's any kind of misdealings happening in this town, it is in the darkest of alleys and the backest of back rooms. You were met by a clerk, and upon telling them you're a contact of Halika, they ask you to wait. And a short time later, the vaguely familiar human steps out of a room and gives you a nod. It has been some time. What brings you from Kintargo here to Nidal?
We are expanding our business ventures in Breach Hill. I'm sure you have heard that we are constructing a coliseum.
The word has gone out, yes. Eladir is a major trade town of the region. I was curious why a smaller township, just a day or so south, would seek to also rise and trade. Rise at all, as it were.
Yeah, well, as so happens, me and my companions have a keep in that area, and we seek to expand our the business ventures there and set up trade agreements.
I should add this earlier, but I kind of skipped it. Make a diplomacy check.
Diplomacy.
Diplomacy.
We're not here on diplomacy. Nice.
Perfect.
I think we had someone here who is legendary in diplomacy.
And
I didn't say
then,
his ass.
what's it called? Make a society check. Oh yeah, perfect. All right. I am just a messenger, so seeing the shadow court unto itself is hard, and little goes above that, and little is desired to go above that. But since you all are people of great strength and influence, there is merit in working with you. And the Shadow Court recognizes the heroes of Breach Hill. Let us draft up some paperwork. I will get it to them, and we can open up talks. We have a lot that we move and produce. In particular, I know Nadal is eager to begin renting out or even selling out Velstrax for uses in other nations. That's what took me to Cantargo. But there's other services our great city can provide.
Yes, I'm sure there are. I'm sure Velstrax are an option, though I don't know how Breach Hill will take that. I don't know if they're ready for that.
It is a lot, but you have the service of one good entroculator, and many people end up changing their mind. It was a shame that Cantargo is not ready to do such. They could save many lives. They're like fiends. So like that thing I showed you a second ago, that like eyeball thing.
What were they called in P1?
That's a Velstrax. I'll show you. He actually would show you actually documents he has of like one of their like surgeons that helps with medical medical processes.
They're the lawful evil creatures of pain from
Yeah.
P1. I forget what they're called.
I put another one in the Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, our hospitals, our healing houses are ran by these, and they are second to none in saving lives and treating all ailments.
Oh, they're called chitons in P1. If you know what a chiton was.
They are unholy fiends. Yeah, a family of fiends in the netherworld that are associated with pain and agony. They are all like disturbing on the appearance, and you have seen dozens since entering Nidal. The light conversation that you would have got right after you joined the campaign when you went to the mayor was this guy trying to sell Cantargo on using them. But
That's that guy with like the cool ability that Unmei shut down.
Ah,
Right.
that thing.
It doesn't narrow it down at all from my perspective.
Yeah, the Batman
Like
Beyond
the
meme.
first
Do you
big-
have any
big
idea
bad
how
guy
little
that
that
would
narrows
be.
it down?
Or
But-
it could had a 3-round action to do some kind of like rip and gut and whatnot.
Yeah, you slowed the entire combat.
Help. All right. Well, heals. You guys spent some time getting things in. They talk about trade routes, advantages are going with you guys over them. You know that Alika in particular lets you know that your guys' personal strength and the strength you're able to exert in the region will be the defining factor on whether Nadal trades with you, as they, being a predominantly Asmodeus oriented nation, that matters to you, though he will bring up as you're talking that in the notes he's gotten that the Desnan Temple had been abolished in Breach Hill, and asks what you know about that. Do you stay in Fox form the whole time, Unmei?
No, I would come out of Fox form to talk to them.
And you guys are brought to a nice conference room.
There was an agreement we had with Cheliax to not worship chaotic deities within the bounds of Breacho.
Yes.
How did you guys handle that?
We're not worshiping chaotic deities within the bounds of Breacho.
You guys can make a society check to know why this might be relevant.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to.
Yeah, easy enough. So there are 3 major religions in Nadal. Asmodeus, you guys are super knowledgeable of. Zon Kulthan, who is worshipped by Sadith, Masochist, and is the god of darkness, envoy, loss, and pain, whose edicts is to bring pain to the world and mutilate your body.
Mm-hmm.
And Desna is a prominent religion in Nadal.
Oh, yeah.
That is very polarized. Yeah. Well, we have. Then I'll tell 'em. We have a.
They've been relocated inside the keep.
Yeah, we have a designated spot for them inside our.
Things that were unbecoming to the Chilexian people have safe harbor in our keep. So the Desnian people, they have a little church that they can practice, but not openly in public. But inside our keep they can, along with the monsters of our keep that we've saved.
That will have sway in my negotiations then. Well, of course, we give praise to Asmodeus and his ability to rule and ensure things function. And through our love of Velstrax, we appreciate bodily adjustments and the value of pain. He points to his large lip piercing that he has. The Mother of Dreams is invaluable to our people as the one we spend our time with when we are not traveling our world. And she has sway in the council. That is an aspect that your city will have over Eladir. From my time in Kintargo, I lightly gleaned that you guys have a means of reaching your home through their nation. Is this correct?
It is.
I think
That's actually going to be one of the selling points of us being a trade hub, is we're going to be having gates to several major cities or nearby, which would allow merchants quick travel and safe travel.
Would you mind enlightening me where that is? And I could go there I'll likely be the one sent to deliver the missive if things come to agreement. But he points at the map that you have, and he points like the distance from Nidal, or the city you're in, Pangolius, to Eladir, and then the much, much, much shorter distance from Pangolius to Kintargo. That in itself, it has value. He doesn't know where the portal is, but
Yeah. If you wish,
but you would
we can show you.
okay. Yes.
As you know, all merchants, of course, and anybody, even just travelers, would have access to it.
I could arrange us quick transit. Oh, he would actually say, okay, that was well, the last time I took a boat to Cypress Point, we were attacked by raiders. But with you two with me, it wouldn't be an issue, and we could actually just sail straight to there. That we already used to sail there before the raids. I could commission us a boat that we can get. We should be able to be back there by the end of the day.
Okay.
All right. Then he would go through the channels, and sure enough, before long, you guys are on a fairly swift boat heading to Cypress Point. And he would negotiate that it'd be advantageous to get Cypress Point involved as well, as it's, well, still a small town. Fishing villages like that usually have value themselves, and it will shorten your guys' return trip. All right. So you have this, you'll have a day. And he would, basically while you guys spend a day getting to Nidal, he would get you guys rooms compensated due to you guys being friends of the Shadow Port. And then you guys take off the next day. And between getting to Cypress Port and walking to the thing, you guys should be able to get home. You guys basically would be home and by tomorrow night, so like 28th, dawn of 29th.
Okay.
All right. It is on the 29th that you guys are. Oh, he would actually just spend time talking to the Desmond, say he'll work on getting things set up, talking to people, and yeah, you guys will have trade in time, starting with Nidal. Way up myself. Partway through the day of the 29th, Flynn, you were able to catch back up with the building. The building's going well. It's only been a few days, but it's been a few days of progress. You get good reports that your students under the kobolds are doing well, though they welcome you back on your arrival, Unmei. That loud arguing can be heard outside, and sure enough, the two other druids that you guys had met, Avisis and Mir, stand on either side of your gate, each of them with a couple other members of the grove that you guys had spoke to. And a stranger to Flynn and Unmei.
No, more green.
What's up, Grit?
Oh, sorry. I was responding to someone else in the background. Sorry.
No problem. Everything okay?
Yeah. My dad was trying.
No problem.
Things are fine. Yeah. Sorry. I had to respond to something in the other room.
You're good. What's it called? And yeah, it would easily draw all of your guys' attention as two of the druids that worked under Giron are now there and now armed better. Stand with Avisis, as Mir is with one slightly older individual and one slightly younger who do not carry any weapons but simple robes. Lanlis is lying on the grass to the side of them, rolling his eyes and staring at the sky. But it is enough to get the attention of your denizen, of you all. Even the goblins and whatnot seem to be looking out from the balcony at the two individuals arguing. But they are familiar. Flynn, as you go outside, you would remember the elder as one of the people that you had solved a debate with while you were there. Moira, the child with them, was one of the kids who spent time with you, just out in the circle, chatting with that people and learning about Sarah and Ray. As I said, Jerron, you recognize both of them on the other side, both guards, as does Grit, as they were people who worked with setting up traps and learning how to better defend a small town.
Good ways.
Giron would also acknowledge them with a nod.
I assume this is like early morning still, or
It's about noon.
About
You've already
noon?
finished
Okay.
your initial sermon. I would say actually it's probably your sermon, what's it called? A cat's sermon. And everyone's kind of like midday. Flynn, you probably would have been working on the arena when you heard people arguing outside your house. And what's up?
Tip Ume's asleep.
Midday?
No.
I was about to say, damn.
Oxnap.
Yeah, I did a lot of traveling. I'm jet lagged.
It's
Is
true.
Yurth there?
What's up?
Is Yurth there?
Yurth is not there.
Okay, who are the ones arguing?
Avisis and Mir.
Can I hear what they're arguing about?
Yeah, actually, all of you can hear. What's it called? Avisis basically says through his way of thinking, his leadership, not only will the Grove grow and have better structures it should have had all along, like walls, rebuilt a tavern, areas that facilitate guests, maybe even an inn for guests specifically, and no person would ever need to worry about being assailed. They'll be stronger. They wouldn't have to quake in fear of the Grove of Wild Blooms, or just the fae that surround us. That they would actually work to become strong like the people here, and he points to your guys' group. And that only by training and getting stronger and growing to be more than just weak nobodies that hide in the forest by their bonfire would they ever be able to amount to anything. While Mir fires back that all he cares about is strength and growing stronger and outside threats. But if they're too stupid to actually assess the threats, it won't matter. People should be spending time learning and studying. Having weapons at all in the walls just spur violence. It spurs violence as a solution. That's why he wants it banned. And that when you can wield fire, why would you carry a sword? Why would you bother with blades or bows? We are beyond that as druids. You leave that to the lessers who can't command nature to get their will done. Landless is just rolling his eyes and sighing and also smoking. But the six of you can hear the debates. no one appears to be stepping in to stop it, as they're mostly also just kind of talking over each other.
I'll be the first one to walk out with Sierra as well. And just say loudly, and see if they hear me. And if they don't, then I'm gonna be mean. But I will speak loudly and be like, "Gentlemen, my fellow druids, welcome to my home. Temporarily. And I ask that you enter with respect and not loud arguing, as if you were, visiting somebody you respected. We can keep the yelling to a minimum, as in
If
0.
they were visiting someone that they respected, they should be visiting someone they should respect you.
Yeah, I'm bad with words. Me.
No worries.
But basically, she's trying to say in an eloquent way. Yes,
Yeah.
like, welcome to my home, but can you please shut up? You're being very rude.
That's Flynn says that in character.
That makes sense.
Like,
The two of them,
as you try and be nice about it, Flynn is just blunt and saying they should just respect you.
Do they hear?
Yeah. Avisa's, once you guys start talking, they stop. Avisa's
Flynn's an
turns
honest translator.
and gives a bow to Flynn at his words. You are correct. Upon entering the home of someone else, you were in their domain, and it is appropriate that you act in accordance to their rules. Myrrh, still a bit more heated, comments like, "We were trying to solve this before we got here, but some people are better at listening than others. Thus, we apologize if we disturbed you." And he also would bow. Lannis is still laying on the ground.
It also would be respectful if everybody was standing to say hello.
I haven't met the other two yet, but I'm assuming the guy who just made a Visis's butt clench is the human, and he stands up. Avissus scoffs back, and you guys can you're perceptive enough to hear him whisper "savage" lightly, but doesn't rise to the bait. As both of them both bow again and apologize again for their behavior. Avis is commenting, "This has been an ongoing thing since we've both returned." Mir chiming in, "It's what happens when you have people who are all action and no thought." And Avisa just glares at him, but again doesn't rise to the bait. But Myrrh then comments, "With even heads and even tempers, we may be allowed entry into your domicile?"
Yes. Follow me. Although I can rest, maybe get some refreshments from the journey. Although I might suggest, when it comes to an official meeting, a business, that there is it might be nice to meet in the newly healed and restored areas of the forest here outside.
This is a great idea. I second going into the forest. Castle, kindness. Oh, manners. That's right. Forest.
And yeah, I'll lead them in to like if they want something to drink,
Maybe they
wash up, whatever they want, and then would
Yeah, you
then
guys
lead them
have
to this forest.
you guys have access to your bathhouse again. Heyo! Doesn't have giant snakes in it. You guys
Mhm.
also have a cleaning area near your dining room and guest area. Mir would
Yeah.
nod, and I would be quite happy to clean up. Though we have means of getting here quickly, as we're discussing, the 9 of us, it appears, being in my best form would be advantageous. And he would open his cloak as the little lava otter pops out.
Yeah.
Little
Yes.
lava otter pop.
Yay. The sizzle.
Is all. He is very proud. Um, and he would make a point to walk in first, head held high.
Sizzle?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh my god, it's so adorable.
leaving little scorch marks on the floor.
Well, he's made of fire. It doesn't seem like he actively harms the area around him, much like Syrah.
Okay.
He like emanates fire, but he's actually pettable. He is a tamed flame.
I would probably make a point to then like bend down and give him scritches
He
And stuff.
appreciates the scratches.
before he walks in.
Mir would walk with you. Avises would comment. Where would you have us go? Where is your council room? Or
Well,
he actually addresses. Well, Flynn with this specifically.
We have an office, but I don't know if that is suiting to you.
Is your home? I would go wherever you find most appropriate.
go to the greenhouse for now to rest and take refreshments before we head back out.
Seems appropriate.
As you guys move, Landless turns into a rat and follows.
Dang it, the rats are back.
He would attempt to climb on Jiron. If you look at him, he gives the biggest sad rat eye and then holds his hands up.
I have nothing for you.
Except the quick.
He then just clings on to part of your armor.
It's fine.
Should have been a lizard.
And then I might have been more persuaded. No.
That makes sense. Oh, the guy
Your little chameleon.
Heyo!
What you don't
Chameleon
know
slowly
is
trying to reach out with his little hands. All like
you
shaky.
don't know is Jiron is incredibly specious.
All right. Well, so a lot of you go rat landless, clinging onto Jiron's side.
I like it better this way because I know where he's at.
And as you
Until he
guys
later switches it for a real rat. Scurries off.
all the doors to the cats open up.
At that point, he forfeits the rat's life.
It was just an innocent rat. He's told it'd be safe there.
Yep.
The rat
What's
just
this
dies and it doesn't turn back to landless.
But yeah, you guys get to the greenhouse, and what's it called? Inside, it appears at least those two have what's are on their best behavior and clearly see to impress. They Mir actually generally speaks for Landless, who seems content to just be a rat sitting on Jiron's shoulder now. That after talking to Yurth, they thought it was appropriate to get your guys' input. The people they're with, the elder, speaks well of Flynn's ability to handle things. They talk about the guard work, and now everyone kind of agreed you guys are trustworthy allies and would have unique and valuable insight. Avisis basically brings up that whoever would be in charge would be able, given the right and authority, to shift things in a way they see fit. That the others are obviously welcome, encouraged to stay, but even with the shaking of Landless's head, you notice that most of them seem uninclined to stay with the others' policies. Avisis brings up that whoever takes on the role of Archdruid essentially gives up their life, their freedom, and their own goals for the for the well-being and growth of the Grove, and that it seems none of the three of them are eager to do so for anything less than necessity, as they feel. Lorelei is in a similar boat. She has her own goals, her own dreams, her own aspirations, and the goodness she's doing in the world doesn't facilitate her taking on the mantle. And while it is, Evasis speaks out, we're all making our own sacrifices for this. It is understandable that the sacrifice is too great for her at this moment in her journey. And
Can we, like say that we've done rested, refresh, had snack, whatever,
Yeah,
and move to the healed forest area because it's gonna be all pretty and lush and nice and healed for to actually sit down and start talking.
Mir would actually speak to the other five of you. Would you guys rather continue negotiations here or elsewhere? Looking to Moira, Grit, Jiron, Unmei, and Flynn.
I don't care where negotiations take place.
Doesn't matter.
Well, that is comically the nature of your guys' debate, isn't it? Do you want to have these conversations inside a building, or do you want to have it out in the forest?
Avisis seems quite comfortable to continue talks here. Landless glares at him. He glares back. Mir says it is your guys' domain. They would do so where you guys feel most comfortable having it.
Perhaps we utilize the courtyard where the ranger training hall is. At least have the open air and...
There are seats and whatnot out there from when there was going to be big game hunting seminars.
Yeah.
It'd be a good
both
middle ground for meeting, I think.
I don't know. Can they both agree upon that?
Mir and Avisis both nod. We are here at your disposal. Landless shrugs it as a rat.
But are you both okay with that? Have you guys actually come to a compromise?
They look to each other, look to you. Avisis says, yeah. We are
Wonderful.
not diametrically opposed on everything. We both still uphold the values of the flame. We both desire peace for our grove. I think even Mir would admit that getting stronger is good, but I think our diversities in me desiring everyone to work to improve the grove, everyone learning how to defend themselves and over time grow stronger doesn't fit on his schedule of book work and soul learning. Mir would quip back, speaking calmly. Indeed, I wouldn't have our grove be weak. We both agree that Yurth was too lax in the training and the growth of our people. You all are an embarrassment to the most of us, if I am honest. But where Landless would have us split our studies on weapon craft, archery, or other redundant armor usage and other redundancies that are unnecessary, I would have us learn more about foreign policies. He would actually point to Unme and say, learning about the nation we live in and how to negotiate with people more. Having everyone heighten their writing ability, heighten their linguistical abilities, heighten their knowledge of the world. And if you're trying to also learn how to use heavy armor and swing a scimitar around and fire a bow and throw a javelin, it cuts into that time. In addition, when you see people walking around armed with weapons, it inevitably puts people on ease, especially with them being as redundant as they are to our people.
We're in the courtyard now, right?
They do that back, but they both stand up, and the courtyard is fine. We are okay with the courtyard. Landless scurries off Jiran to the nearest window, and a moment later you hear bird wings flapping.
Mm, I
Okay.
started liking it better when I knew where he was.
Well, he's going to
Warrior
be in the
past
training
Sharon's
hall.
back.
Take your cat.
All right,
As
let's go over there.
you guys get to the thing, on one of the seats, there is a fairly common looking sort of sparrow bird that you guys occasionally see around town, sitting on one of the seats.
Okay. Yeah, it pulls up a
Alright,
seat
so-
next to the bird.
He hops onto Grit's leg and then his
All
shoulder.
right. All right.
So,
I wear an extra tall hat in case he wants the higher perch.
He jumps on the hat.
Excellent.
You feel him all wiggly and getting all comfortable.
Perfect.
Even in this form, you can smell a little bit of burning herb.
Tiny phoenix.
Alright.
well, from what I've been hearing since talking with each of you individually and going to the Grove, and still now hearing you, it still doesn't sound like any of you are willing to reach any sort of compromise. You can admit the value in some of the things that the other like to impose, but then you still hold fast on the idea that you will simply do have the one focus, and that's it. And for my part, I don't think choosing one singular, maybe even call it simple, way to move forward for everyone is going to be good in the long run for any of us. I think neglecting certain things in favor of just one thing as your main focus, either it being weapons trading, fighting, or just studies and magic, or just running around with no sense of stability whatsoever, and then having no place to look to as some sort of like center, for lack of a better word, like primal holy place. Like nothing to call a home, and constantly being uprooted, like all of these on their own, with no wish to instead find the balance between all of them. They're all flawed and will come back to bite all of us in the ass. Why can't there be a good emphasis on education and understanding your powers and wanting to grow and develop them to be stronger in your mind, and also pay attention to the outside world and how to work within it so that you're not constantly in battle, between the rest of the outside world and our grove. And then also, but still, yeah, being strong, knowing how to take care of yourself, fend for yourself in case the unexpected happens, which it always will. And also, being more aware of nature and the animals and stuff around you, so that things like what was happening before, where it started to have more and more attacks and encroachment into the grove because nobody is there to speak with them and find some sort of balance. Like all of it, like why can't there be each of these things? Like why does it only have to be either we do nothing but train and fight and be stronger and build and practically start industrializing, which I worry about, or we don't defend ourselves at all except for magic, and then when things happen where magic is no longer available, now we are defenseless. I don't understand why we can't, like, why there's no attempt to balance all of these things out.
If I could, from what I've heard, so I guess let's look at one of the first ways that we don't. It doesn't seem for it to mesh, and let's talk from there. So I hear this kind of argument made that if the weapons are always around, it kind of leaves the idea of violence always in the air. That fine, like if we get into an argument, it's only a matter of a few choice words before we're, pulling daggers out and we're in a knife fight. But clearly, you idiots have been in it for weeks now, and you haven't stabbed each other yet.
But you have more fire in each other's faces. So
Yeah,
magic is still used.
Mir looks away at the comment.
Yeah,
Or maybe you have.
Still can throw magic.
You're worried about physical weapons. If everybody's trained in the art of magic, that's just as strong as
Well,
any blade.
Everybody kind of, or it is, it's kind of like an innate thing, and then those who
Yeah.
choose to like build
So-
upon it. But that's what I'm saying. Even if there's,
Or if you turn
although
yourself
I
into a
wouldn't want-
bear.
I wouldn't
Well-
like swords laying around everywhere, but even if they didn't, heated arguments, you'll sling spells at each other, or you'll wild shape and, attack each other that way. Like, there's always going to be, when it comes to just the nature of people. So, like, if someone really has violence and harm in their heart, they're going to find a way to do it anyway.
So, Avis would nod and smile to the group of you and comment, I agree that we should have overall diverse training. I am not someone who shrieks from my magical knowledge. I command both the fire and lightning at my disposal. It is important to hone your magical skills as much as to hone your body. I simply put an emphasis on getting stronger. If you wish to get stronger in magic, that's fine too. But I would not have my weapons banned for the same reasons. It didn't take mere a blade to attempt to singe my face off. You make complete points. Though I avoid the thinking of those who would turn into bears. He nods to Flynn as he made the word and then kind of side eyes Landless, who's sitting on Grit's head. Those who practice such thing would tear down society, which is, of course, as I've been told, the idea his whole thing is break down everything that I've built and everything I plan to build to turn us into Numerian wanderers. But that's the way of his kind, which is why I wouldn't have that way of thinking in our grove. I agree we should spend time learning books and learning other cultures, but as you said, balance. We learn everything. As far as weapon training, armor training, if desired, magic, studies, fire, lightning, even water spells if you're so inclined. I would open ideas of learning from plant druids and whatever strength they may bring to the table. I wish not to close us off to anything except for the most destructive way of thinking, as he just straight gestures to Landless, of those who would just tear down all the society that we've built and would seek to build.
Well, first, I would also be one of those that you consider his people, nodding over to Landless. However, just because we have studied in the same what would it be called? The same medium, the same
circles to school.
circle of studies and care for our environments and animals and being free to live amongst them or how we choose. I'm not one for just wanton destruction either. And so I would hope that you don't look at everyone who studies the untamed as they must be destructive and wild in such a way that they are savages and nothing else. As we can very well attest to, that's how the plant druids see us, simply because we mainly focus on fire and what it has decided to share with us, the power it's given us.
He
Also,
actually seems surprised at your words. The issue I have with the Untamed Order is that they would not allow things like stables or a home. Uh, I want to build houses. I built your mom's house, or my family did. I wish to be able to have the temptations and desires of civilization, and I think our people deserve that. If you wish to
Yes.
live in a nice house all the time, tend a stable, these are anathemas to that order, and that's why I see no value in that order in our circle. Yeah, what you've built
So-
here is an anathema to their way of life.
This is my way of compromising, since I am temporarily staying here. But I don't stay in the walls all the time or in a town all the time. In fact, I spend a majority of my time outside. But are you saying that then, if you were to take over, any untamed druids would not be allowed to be
I
a
would
part of the
rule
group?
out. Yeah, I would rule out the practice as a whole. People should be allowed to have a home and truly call it their permanent home. People should be allowed to be domesticated. We aren't wild animals. As we are kin to them, we build things. I can wake up and pull out stored foods and put it into my, metal or copper or wooden bowl and enjoy that every day. And those who would see that, well, those that nature would reject for such practices, I reject the practice of. We are people. We are allowed to be civilized. You're allowed to
But
have this. And he
our
points at
grove has
your
always
building.
been about accepting individualism as well and following the path that each person desires to seek. So why can't instead, if you don't wish to live inside walls, inside a house, then can't you live in nature then? Still in the grove, still be a part of it, but live how you choose. And so you can reject the structure while still being a part of the grove.
The ones who do don't stay. You're proof of that. So is Landless. They lose their power if they dwell in one place too long. That is the trade-off of nature. That's why that way of thinking is so dangerous. As I seek to build, their very essence would seek them to oppose that building. No, the flame doesn't do that. You can work. The flame is generous. We have mount torches. We have fireplaces. Nature understands that we are people. Druids have got along great in great structures, great cities, and walled settlements, with our stables, with our greenhouses. It is only as of late that nature has created a sect that opposes such. And if it would oppose everything that we are, I would oppose it.
So you would oppose a part of nature.
I would
mean,
oppose an order of
nature
thinking.
opposes parts of itself.
It does.
Doesn't it?
Yes.
Nature in itself
It lives in conflict all the time with itself. It finds balance in conflict. The deer doesn't
Wish I
want to
knew
be
how to-
eaten by the wolf. The
No,
wolf
not
is
just-
going to try to go for the deer as hard as they can.
but it is an amalgamation of everything.
The
Wow.
harmony is built of conflicts, correct.
And you're saying you want to reject an entire part of it.
So that would be one of the conflicts.
Mhm.
That isn't that how you how do the wild groves coexist with the non-wild groves?
Myrrh would lift his hand. I also outright oppose Avisus's way of thinking, but I think it's only appropriate our avian denizen stops napping on your head and speaks for his own people.
Ah,
Uh, a moment later, the bird pops up and sits back on the chair. I was happy just listening to you guys think. I kind of want to know what the little son or the fox guy thinks. I'm curious of their opinions.
I mean, have there been any instances where the wild druids are forcing others to give up their creature comforts and wander the world?
Avisus kind of glares harder at Lanlis. My people, we've been opposing all the stuff that they've been doing for some time. It's just don't get us much where. We think it's wrong to lock animals in boxes only to be used when necessary. I mean, yeah, we're still druids. We take care of our own. You see a druid, just beating an animal to death. Nature itself will turn its back on it. Sure. But you lose something when you sleep in a bed every day, when you stay in a box every day. I know it happened to some of my kin. I had to seek out atonement with a couple others earlier because I got used to waking up and having a meal ready every day. When you master the art of turning into nature itself, one that neither of these ones can master, I'll tell you that. When you could turn into the bear, you could turn into the bird or the rat, you realize that to dwell in some place like this, no offense, is an anathema to what nature's supposed to be. We're supposed to be out in the wild, under trees, under the sky. We're supposed to run with the wolves, climb with the cats. We're not supposed to wake up and have some bean soup that's out of some metal container every morning, out of a nice, cooking box. Eat your stored oats and your dried meats. Go rent your pony from your stables, and then ride around like everyone else. We're
Grit
supposed to be out
raises his
there.
hand. Grit raises his hand.
He nods to you.
Well, see, your statement is actually overly correct when you say we need to be outside, because you, as a man who turns into the rat and the eagle, literally can. I'm a feral beast that can eat garbage. Sure, I can do that too. Little son's stomach's way more delicate than that. She
Oh,
she
Hey,
needs
hey,
a
I'm
roof.
getting better.
I don't fault someone like all you from staying in a place. This is what for you, or that you guys have
Yeah,
that big town down there with all them people. Like that's
yeah.
perfect. You put them in their boxes, in their walls. They're safe. They can wake up and get a chicken from the chicken seller, or probably already cut up and maybe even cooked already. They can go
So
read books.
can I make one more analogy then? It almost feels like we're trying to make like a lion and a wolf live directly next to each other, and we're not actually druids. It feels like the conflict in question right now. You're all different aspects of nature, and some of you can sit next to each other without picking a fight.
Yeah, I I'll run with a wolf and a lion, but I can see why the two wouldn't get along too well out and about. Imagine that's why they ain't in the same spot, except for mountain lions and wolves, and even they keep their little borders and their tree lines, unless one gets too hungry. Or gets a group of them with the wolves. Now I see why Avisus doesn't like my way of thinking, because I go back to the pure way, the way everything's were, and that's why nature grants me an ability. He will never bless on either of these two. That's
But
fine.
you could also argue that they are both granted abilities by nature that you don't get.
Nope. I have everything. I can do anything that man can do, and I spent some time up in the mountains like muscles here. I'll be throwing lightning around, no problem. They don't got nothing.
But
I don't
if
got.
you spent time like he did, you'd lose your abilities.
Oh yeah, you put me in a box. You dang right. Nature would turn its back on me in a heartbeat. So I just stay out
Right,
of the
but
boxes.
then you wouldn't be doing it like he did.
I guess you're right. I could turn into a phoenix and he could live in a box. We have our trade.
But he's also throwing around his lightning.
I can learn lightning. No, nature don't care. If I'm out in the woods, I live up in the mountain, I'd learn lightning just the same way he did. No problem.
I mean, do you think it's possible that nature gives people different callings?
Yeah. She got my analogy.
I mean, I get why they want to be more like you people. They want to have the nice walls. They want to have the nice boxes. They want to put plants in boxes. They want to put animals in boxes. But as long as you do that, you ain't never going to be in what I see as a pure druid. With the flame, all you got to make sure is you don't wanton light anything on fire. I think that's pretty fair. Respect the flame.
Like
If I know
go
if
ahead.
I know storm real well, I think it's as long as you don't pollute the air too bad. That's pretty much it, right? If it's this like don't start trash fires and mess the clouds up. Avisha just scoffs. He's like, oh yeah, I can do whatever he does.
Well, I guess the question is it really about like what you guys aren't supposed to do as opposed to what you are? Like we keep focusing on all the just don't do this, but like I notice it's in your personalities too. Like I imagine you guys didn't choose how we talk to nature. You kind of just talk to nature. And it turns out you guys have a different language.
Nature gives everybody different gifts. But that doesn't mean then that we should exclude people because they have a different gift.
Mir speaks up. You were right. But with each gift, nature gives people different restrictions. And that is where my mind lies. Is in accordance to the Druid orders that there is our focus, but there is also that which is prohibited, that which must not be done. Some of our orders are more generous than others, the fire more than any, but some are stringent and restrictive, like Glamness's. We all do have our own values, but I think there are all things that we would see restricted the same way the Druid orders do.
Then you would live however you must live within those restrictions. So, if you can't live in a structure, then you live in the wild. You could still call yourself part of the grove. You can still help when you can. You still have family and friends that are part of it, but you just don't live in a home and you go and you get your own food and you spend a majority of your time the way nature set out for you.
You were
Why would
saying,
that mean a ban?
Moira, and Ume was saying something as well.
Let Ume go first.
Oh, I was gonna say, or if use the other analogy brought up earlier, wolves and doe. You're basically asking diametrically opposed views to coexist, and I don't think it's gonna work.
Moira?
Have there been any instances where the grove has had need and the wild druids have just refused to come back to help?
Lana, speak up. I'll be honest. Usually when we leave, we just kind of leave. Avis's actually both kind of like, and Mir both kind of like nod. Lorelei was good enough to send word to us, but when one sets out wandering, they don't come back longer. And when one gets called by my order, last place you want to go is go back to a place full of walls and buildings and where everyone's already domesticated.
I could see them being friendly with each other, but
Oh
I think
yeah.
it's gonna be like, fractured allies, but not the same grove anymore.
I'm thinking if I don't get put in the stupid seat where I got to handle all this stuff, I might go down to the Mwangi jungle. I hear they got some of the craziest stuff out there. I can only imagine what my dark-skinned elf brother and smoke. That's where you were at, Mur, right? Mur just kind of nods.
We have a shortcut if you want. I
That'd
mean,
be
I know
nice.
you have your own paths.
No, y'all have been pleasant enough. Even the lizard, after he just scratched me once and tried to eat my eyes, I think he's been nice enough. He let me ride around your guys' boxes.
And not trying to steal.
I will not
Usually
take
not
your
the head,
box cat.
you're not the eyes. He typically goes for the entire head.
Well, then I'm flattered.
The head meat is very delicious, to be fair.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. I've eaten my
Well,
share of
seems-
heads.
Well, it
How
still kind of
about,
goes.
Real quick, how about the quiet one? John, you got anything to say, Big Lizard Man?
These discussions are much more complicated than the hierarchy of my people.
Avisus
Which
would actually
is?
speak up. How did you determine the hierarchy of your rule?
It is strength, and then thereafter, the respect of the leader. It just is indefinite.
I can appreciate that. Mir just kind of groans and rolls his eyes and stays quiet. Let's see. Actually, Mir would actually comment. The one who was able to quell the elders, Sir Flynn. What is your take on everything?
Well, so you guys want a singular ruler? Is that what you're looking for? A singular archdruid?
They
Like that's what this whole thing's about? Who's going to become archdruid, right?
It
I think
seems
just
like.
about, yeah.
And which
And
way
y'all
to go
have
goes.
vastly different views. What do all your people think? What are their take points on it? Are they just going to follow whoever the archdruid is? Because they probably have just as opposed views as all of you three. In fact, they would probably be the fewest, if I had to guess, of the wild druids, because they probably already left.
He just finger guns you, both hands.
Yeah.
Though I'll be honest,
If you had to ask me, and if I had to organize this, I would say all three of you are in charge. And nothing gets done until two of the three, at least, come to an agreement on it. And either you sit there and squabble amongst yourselves until you're figuratively and literally you're grove burns down, or you guys figure out a way to work together and put your differences aside and figure out a way to work together that keeps your grove together and helps your people. Otherwise, inevitably, it's just going to segregate you,
Let's hear about
and you will be weaker for it.
let's hear from the two little ones real quick before we circle back to the fourth and withheld candidate. Lana says, almost even singled out as you suddenly notice there's a little bit more agreement between Avisus and Mur at Flynn's comment. What's it called? But yeah. He points at Grit and Moira at no distinguishable order.
Well, just to throw it out there. So, as we were talking, I feel like we were getting hung up over the notion that we like the wild druids would be disallowed within the grove, but I don't even think you guys would disallow them so much per se. Just let's be real, you guys aren't even there. Exactly that. You kind of come and go as you please. You're a part of the grove in name alone, as in you all talk to nature. But do you guys even want to be next to each other?
I imagine, like, you grew up in the grove, like, around these people, right?
And Lannis nods. Oh, I have no hard feelings. I mean, I'm still Flame Druid at heart. He taps his chest and lights up all 5 fingers with Ignite. I'll admit, I hate seeing like things like stables or cats kept in a box, so I won't mess with your cats. But
John nods.
it's just how it is. You want to be able to do what I do. You can't live like they live. I didn't choose that. He taps his foot on the ground. They did.
Fair enough.
Like,
So,
with
kind of a moot point, as it were. Then,
yeah. But the
Avast is
vibe
just
I
angry.
was.
He thinks people are gonna see the way I see, and then they're all gonna start walking out all the pretty houses he built, and they're gonna start roaming through the countryside like I do, and then his houses ain't gonna have no purpose.
I mean, they'll be there when they're
Sorry,
needed.
go ahead.
But the vibe I was getting from the other two was that it seemed like you wouldn't be there if you ended up being needed or if a call were to be put out. Am I right on that? Or was I reading a little too much into those vibes earlier?
Both of them nodded and said, if called, any of us would return. And the other one actually agrees.
Oh, Lanolus. This is a food for thought comparison I'd like to make. So, you kind of stand, the way I see it, you're really much of a druid that represents the animals that really don't need a roof. Because animals don't need roofs.
Yep.
And he's technically not animal order. There's a distinction too between untamed and animal.
Well, the notion that roofs are silly.
Yeah.
But you want to know what's funny? I can think of at least one animal that think roofs are awesome. Bees. They make their own roofs. I like to think of your friends here as like they're more like bees. They're that part of nature.
You're right. From now on, they're bees. Avassus and Mir both do not seem pleased at this.
Oh no. They wanted to jump on that fish classification.
So, you had something to say, Lorelei. I feel that the little ones got their words out. Oh, I guess she's gone.
Oh.
Wow.
Well. Burr, 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 burr.
Oh no.
What timing? No, Mr. Oates.
No.
Well, Avisus stands and nods to Flynn. I am not surprised to hear that it was you who had the most sensible ideas, but I leave it to the five of you to come up with a solution. If you wish us all to try to share, we can make attempt at us. If nothing else, the savage will act as a tiebreaker.
I mean,
it's that, or you guys take and create your own villages and just have a, well, I would say a trio of villages, but 2 villages and a bunch of wild druids wandering.
Which would greatly diminish you.
It would make things harder.
Mere comments, as you kind of, I think there is merit to this. No one above the other two. With 3 people, as long as no one's allowed to abstain, and he stares at Landless, who's like, "Oh man." It would force a solution, an outcome to any quarrel. It would, Avisus would mean I can see a lot of our individual stuff just simply not getting done. But perhaps the state of the lack of policy will need be import.
well, how much do you hate each other that you guys are just gonna make spite? I'm not gonna do this decisions.
Yeah, you should focus on more of, okay, we could do that if we do this. And that way you get something you want and they get something they want.
Yeah.
Nod. Well, Landis scoffs. That means I need to stay. I'm gonna need so much more smokes.
So what exactly did I miss?
They were basically, people agreed with Flynn's assessment of putting all 3 people in charge, and what's it called?
It's council, essentially.
It would put those 3 as the combined rulers, and everything would have to be voted on, and no one's allowed to abstain.
With the whole caveat being that they would be functioning independently, right? But like as a group, but independently.
Like any big decision would be put between the 3 of them, and it'd be like a 2/3 decision. Mere comments. The biggest issue I see is I think most of our big policies will be shot down, but it will mean that everything we can agree on would go through, and I think it'll just be an underwhelming number of things.
What do you do if there's more than 2 options?
Colin the 4th.
You're close enough. We might seek out you for counsel, see what you think. But for the most part, it seems like anything could be put down. I don't know. I guess if we come down to the point where nothing's getting done, we'll be back yelling at your doorstep, says Murr with a smirk.
See,
Would
what I was going to
appreciate
say
just a
before
knock.
before my computer shut off was a couple things of like of agreeing. I think it was with like grid of like I don't not being down with just banning any like specific orders from entering and or if you are a flame druid and then you decide to study certain other orders that now you are exiled. So no, I don't think that that is necessary. But if you're part of the grove, then yeah, like being able to be called upon when needed and actually be trusted to answer, like that's all important. And then um as to what Flynn was saying before, um of oh god, my brain, it's farting. um of that, yeah, that I when I talked to Mir and Asvisis individually and brought up basically like that of like a council to get multiple inputs to come to a decision. Both of them before completely shut that down and said they would not consider anything the others had to say. So is that changing now?
The visa stands up. I guess it'd come down to a vote. Meaning any of the policies I want to have done, I have to convince one of these to really agree with me. But
That also means that all of you would have to be open to some sort of like a compromise of actually, instead of trying to dominate and take over all of it and therefore only ever shooting down everybody else.
Loudness actually sits back. He's like, not really. Pretty sure every idea I have, both of them are shooting down. So I get to see which one of these guys I agree with and which one I don't.
Well, your help, I don't
That's
know if you
fine.
are also, is he also, do I know if he's trained in like the animal
Trained.
order?
Who, Loudness?
Yeah.
You've only seen, what's it called? Untamed. You're not sure what he has beyond that?
But, when I can't be there to help with it, having someone like you, doesn't have to be you. It could be, someone else if you aren't available or don't want to, but of helping out with the wildlife surrounding the grove and making sure that the animals in nature are having enough territory for themselves and that our people aren't getting attacked or over poaching, hunting, like somebody there to be a balance with the wild.
I trust all three of us know enough about nature and animals and the general plant life to do well by them. Nature still has its minimum requirements, after all. But Avisus would stand up. I am willing to accept this proposition and see how we move forward from there. If my two others are willing to do the same. Mir would nod. Lannis would kind of roll his eyes, but then shrug and nod. Mir would stand up. I appreciate your input, all six of you. It was valuable.
You are always welcome in our castle. Try not to wake everyone up just by the screaming, but
Granted, it was
do
noon.
stop on by. Fair. And
May
I know,
could have
Lanolus,
stolen
that you're not a big fan of boxes, but still feel free to stop by the box.
This courtyard ain't too bad. As far as I can still lay down on the dirt, and I can look at the blue. And that, and he crosses his arms and puts his hands behind his head, is how it should be. He is now laying on the floor in front of the bleachers. He was
Yeah.
sitting on.
So will everything then be considered, like taken, considered for its importance, its value, the education, studies, uh, extra personal, external personal, what's it called, like agreements with the outside world, as well as being strong and able to defend and take care of yourself. It's all that.
They seem to nod, but Landis just looks up and says, "I don't know. It'll depend on my mood. It looks like old Landis actually has all the power.
Damn it
The
all.
pure druid always wins."
Yeah.
Well, looks like I gotta head back to the woods and see which policies I want to let forward and see which ones I want to get in the way of. The other two actually
So,
look at each other a little unsettled.
Duran really not understanding their way of thinking at all, just looks to probably who would be right next to him. He'd probably be standing by Flynn. They're doomed.
Yep. Is that all for everyone then? They actually, Mir and Avisa's actually looking at each other a little unnerved. Well, then it's time for me to get moving.
actually, she would want to, once that's what she would want to pull Landless aside for a second, though, real quick.
Hey, I'm a third archdruid now. You might need to make an appointment.
No. Somebody killed
Yeah,
that man.
You're an advisor. Right now, there's no one archdruid.
I don't know. Avisus, Mir, you willing to consider us all three archdruids? The two of them look and kind of. It is fitting that the three of us are the leaders. Welp, then Archdruid Landless of the
I need to
Flaming
ask
Feather.
him something before he flies away.
He smiles and he flies away. The other two are just kind of left staring. If of a Mir looking to Flynn and Grit and everyone else nodding. If nothing else, you have helped force some level of common cause between the three of us. It
Yep.
is anyone's guess on how that plays out.
Well, you at least have support here. Should anything go awry.
Visa looks to Mir. I think I'm about to make a real good argument about banning untamed druids. Maybe Landless will be my best means of doing it. He could mail in his opinion. Savage.
And if you need an extra opinion, then you can always send me a message.
There you go. Well, we'll see if even sticks around. All of us had agreed that we needed to give up our lives outside to fully commit to the Grove if we were going to take on this mantle. It was no surprise the two of us are, but we'll see. There's a chance in a few days he'll wander off somewhere else and then we'll figure it out. Avesa says, if we have a meeting and he's gone for over a week and doesn't give his input doesn't matter. Mir nods. We can look at hiring a different third if that is the case.
Yeah, that's the spirit. You find another Grove head.
There we go. Maybe we can somehow get Yurth back and make him our third.
See, they're already working together. It's awesome.
Because they realize that when they have opposite opinions, the wild card makes all the decisions.
Yeah.
Or they realize they have to start working together.
But hey, you know what? Honestly, probably the best case scenario for them.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, if Landless follows his nature and decides to leave, I mean, that is who he is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Essentially,
But-
they'll need to either keep to their ways or they'll have to decide, okay, we have to work together to make sure we get what we both think is best.
Yeah. No.
But I will just, keep my hat in the ring as an advisor when extra stuff is needed.
We've Avisus nods and smiles to you. We appreciate you being here and you and your allies being willing to step in and help sort the matter. If it had not been for you notifying all of us, who knows how long it would have taken the word to get back. We are grateful.
You're welcome. Also, either of you know anything about Cirador?
They both look up to the sky where your one informant just flew away. Avisus was comment, they are strong. From nature has always ruled there from what I've known, but it is being structured now. Mere comments, they are very learned. They have, when nature shifted, and all of us druids needed to relearn our order. Landis won't admit it, but it was only a few decades ago the two of us were able to shift as well, before nature revoked that power from us and commanded we give up part of our life to have it. They're able to exist in some balance with what's gone on and the Fae that exists there, though I hear it's turbulent.
Is it a majority plant and untamed druid orders that you find there that you know of?
They both shake their head. All the information that circulated around was before the great change in magic. It was founded before orders were really an established practice. So I'm not sure which way they've drifted. Avisus would comment, from what I've heard of their leader, he seems inclined towards rocks. So he's probably a stone druid if I had to pin my tail on something. Mir comes back. He's like, but he's also, I've heard that the queen there is apt at shapeshifting, but you can't rule a nation and also be an untamed druid. It just, the nature kind of just doesn't work together.
I thought she rules within the veil, so it's kind of different. She rules in the first world, and the king rules on this side of the veil.
Forgive us that we have no further information. That is all we know. He is inclined towards, the king is inclined towards stone, but so much has changed since the reshifting of magic. As they're finishing up, another voice speaks up. I know a little bit, and I actually have a request if you will humor me, as Alex steps into the courtyard from the main double gates. You were going to Cyrodiil, I am told?
Not right this minute, but soon.
He looks like Grit, and well, Grit specifically, because he's closest to Grit.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah, we're going. You always have my ear for a request. What can I do for you?
So I am Order of the Nail, as a Hell Knight goes, as the bulk of you understand. I am made to be informed that an Order of the Nail outpost has begun and grown in that nation. I'd like to know what you find of it when you're there.
Okay. Cyrodiil, new. It's essentially a new stronghold being built there.
Unfortunately, unlike your guests, I am fairly ignorant to it. But what I know about it is that it is a wild land, and our order has been placed there to bring it to heel. As you guys are well aware, Order of the Nail is directly opposed to the wilderness.
Mm-hmm.
You say bring it to heel, or do you mean destroy all of it?
No, there's no existence without nature. We still eat fruit and vegetables and meat
Sure.
like everyone else. But there is a means of curbing the unchecked wilderness that my people are grand at. They would be. You would get their approval for the greenhouse you have built. And he gives you a respectful nod.
Yes, well, they'll be easy to find, we presume. They look like you, big, mean, covered in armor.
I am told one of them has the ear of the royalty, but which side and to what end, I am uncertain.
They just cut it off.
Ron's imagining a disembodied ear.
He actually would open up a well calligraphied note and show you guys, and it
Ear?
just says no, the note that
Bloody ear inside.
what's it called? You know, it just says basically, thank you for your updates. What's it called? If your host and the the caretakers of our old keep are indeed traveling to the untamed land, we have been made aware of a new Order of the Nail outpost there with a potent champion who is a counselor to the royalty there. If you have any information about that, could you please pass it to us? That's the note.
And by royalty, either the king or the queen.
That's what the note says.
New champion.
I don't know if they meant, in Cyrodiil specifically or in like the country as a whole or something. So that's why I'm
He just-
asking.
he
Or like
shrugs.
which royalty you're talking about. Whose royal ear? Is it outside
I
Cyrodiil?
will leave it to you guys to figure that out because I'm reading the same note you do. I'm assuming leadership, king, queen, counselor, mayor, governor, executive official.
All right. Yeah, no, I'm happy to. I'm happy to find out what the details are about what's going about in Cyrodiil.
All right. Well, with that, we will end it there. And not how that I expected. That situation never is handled the way I expected to. But as usual, whenever Flynn starts talking, things make sense. Thanks, Chad.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you guys' input. I want to make that more of a fun group thing to kind of like put a cap on what happened before. That was neat.
Mhm.
All right. Well, we will be playing again in next week, which I think is the 8th. 1 + 7 is 8.
Yeah.
But thank you all for coming. I have a couple other little things planned, and then your guys' next big journey. I have a couple
It's-
combats in the pipeline, but they'll come when they come.
Mm.
I go find him.
You will.
Like right now.
Also, like Nadal, I didn't expect you guys. It was RNG when you said let's go to the witch. I'm like, okay, these are the 6 places the witch goes. Roll a dice. Okay, they're in Nadal. They're in Nadal. We go to Nadal. Cool. Now we're going to the city of Nadal. I'm like, oh no. I only know a little bit about them. What's the capital of Nadal? Pangolin. Okay, it's super evil. They have Velstrax everywhere, and they're ruled by a group that no one knows much about, and then the Umbral Court under them. Okay, cool. Got this. But you guys have Halika, which was your contact, and you guys ended that story positively, which is why the Umbral Cult sent you like the thanks and like I think they sent you a gift. I forgot what it was. So I'm like, they're on good terms. So yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
We averted war between them and Gintargo.
yeah. Like it's funny how that comes around. I love when a good plot point from like, earlier in the series comes back later in the series.
It is nice.
Him on the way to the portals.
What's that?
It's time to assassinate Shadeborn
yeah.
on the way to the portals.
Fight him crucified.
Blame it on the
Free
Scarlet
children.
Triad.
Oh, there you go. How do you like it? For foiling our plans, the Scarlet Triad. And their address. They're in like Katapesh, I think you guys found out last time. So
Mm,
there's something in Katapesh.
I believe so.
So that should be cool. All I tried to make him as so different as possible that like working together wasn't an option. And you guys just made it the option anyway.
Mhm.
Well, thankfully,
Well,
the last guy, the wild card, makes things so much more agreeable when, okay, we both actually do agree that roofs are a good thing.
Well, like I wanted to nail it a lot more with Untamed because they're such like the wild card. They have like the strictest order. Like
Mhm.
you can't be fully domesticated by the inside. Like they just hate domestication. They hate like structure. Yeah, you can occasionally have a process good, but reality, you should be living like a fucking animal.
Mhm.
So I was like, all right. I was gonna make him way more of like a savage, like really animalistic, really whatever. And then I was talking to one of my coworkers about like stoners, and I'm like, oh, that would be hilarious. It's just a hippie.
I have met many a druid out here.
And I'm like, that makes sense. And he just hates everything that is domestication. He hates stables, he hates buildings, he hates taverns, he hates like waking up and having all your food prepared already. He hates everything that is domestication. And no other druid gives a shit. Like
Right.
every other one can wake up and pour a box of Frosted Flakes and then rent their horse and ride it out as they eat their jerky, and they're completely fine. But no, Untamed Druid, no, bam, Adamba, lose your powers, go get redeemed.
All right, good.
Like-
But I mean, like, it's at the end of the day, it's like what Lorelai was trying to work towards of more of a council of everybody's like input is good and has good qualities about it that would help everybody out, would benefit the Grove. But it was just the absolute no, I will not listen to that other person.
Yep.
I will not bend on anything. That is just
Apparently, that's still kind of the mindset. If you didn't notice, they haven't
But-
changed their mind on that. They still are actively saying, "Oh, we get it. We're going to sabotage everything. We're going to not make decisions." Is unfortunately, but we're going to see how it turns out. So we'll figure it out.
well, it's now they're in a position where they can't not make decisions. And with
They can.
landlesses being
Yes, they can.
thrown out.
That's the point.
The wild card is that
If
they would be
nothing,
more,
if they
more
can't
likely
agree
to
on something, they
compromise.
can't get it done. That's kind of the thing. And they now have a third guy that just go, "What's the funniest option I have?"
Any strong independent view any of them have will not go through, because it'll be downvoted 2-1. It'll only be the most common accepted thing that actually can earn 2 votes that goes forward. So like, Avisus might want to ban Untamed Druid, but unless he can get Mur on his side, it's not happening. Mir wants people to give up weapons, but unless he can get Lannis on his side, that's not happening. And Lannis wants to give up buildings, but unless he can get either of them on his side, that's not happening. So,
Welcome to
It'll-
Congress.
So, it's going to be a lot of nothing, but then ultimately finding what needs to happen, because despite their differences, they all do care. They just all have their own way of thinking, and more so, well, they all have a lot of things they all agree on. That's not a point of conversation. Fire is awesome. Yeah, we all agree. Take care of animals. Of course. Don't randomly fuck up nature. Of course not. Don't beat up the Fae for no reason. Yeah, of course. So it's
Protect our
their
grove. Yeah.
protect our grove, protect our people, protect our children. So it's the differences that shine, that stick out, because no one's arguing if you should kittens or not. Just not even a topic on the table.
Yep.
So, and that's kind of where discussions often go. The things you all agree on don't get talked about. It's the things you disagree on. That's what comes to the foray.
Well, I want a safe
Oh.
home. We don't agree on how a safe home is made.
Mm.
Well, that's why, when Lorelai's done with her adventures and everything has fallen apart at home, then she'll come in and be like, all right, Archdruid, here we go. I'm going to get shit done.
Mhm.
And be the one that's a balance of all of this stuff.
You come back as a
funny
shining
thing is-
kingdom.
Right? Like,
Oh, I highly
it's going to be kind of similar, because I don't see. Basically, what happens is nothing's going to get banned, and Lorelai wouldn't ban anything. So it's kind of going the way you want by default, just in a complete different way.
Well, no, I mean, she would want security and strength, but she would also want smarts. She would also want outside connection. She would also want balance with the animals and nature. She's
So
not
since
going to ban buildings, but she's not going to want it to be like an actual full-on town, like industry.
So since nothing gets banned, everything will exist.
Certain things will get banned,
Like what?
Everybody's super.
like cruelty to anything, not
That's-
just like animals, but I mean, like, if you want to study blight as a, that order, okay, but you can't
But
blight anything here.
anything that like I said, any thing that she wanted, you could imagine that at least 2 of those 3 would agree on, and anything that she would not want banned, you imagine that like no 2 of them are going to agree on banning it. So it kind of just creates a situation where everything, for the most part, goes, unless it's an apotheosis to actual druid belief.
But it's like, if like let the plant druids do their thing, whatever. But over, in the grove, you can't rip people's limbs off.
Do you think
Just
any
'cause-
2 of them would vote on being able to rip people's limbs off?
Well, I don't know, maybe. You know
Would
what,
it be
Landless,
funny?
maybe he would. Maybe he
You
would.
think
Maybe
Landless
maybe he would.
Duran attacked him, and then he said, as long as Moira healed it, bygones be bygones. We're all good, buddy.
Yeah.
So if
Sounds
no
like
one
a
was there to heal him,
sociopath to me.
When he attacked him, he was like, dude, what the hell? That's not cool. Like, does he really give violent vibes? Because if so, I fucked up.
He does.
well, considering he was like, I want to go in and tear the entire grove down, and let's just like pack a bag or whatever and start walking.
I mean,
He believes in being a nomad.
Yeah, but he wanted destruction first.
No, he wants
No, like tear it down, as in like they're moving, tearing that like your house down and moving, like a tribal
like a
American.
barbarian tribe, really. Yeah. Like honestly, most
yeah,
of Numeria.
yurts and
He just
stuff.
believes in being nomadic.
It wasn't tear down as in destroy. It's like tear down as like tear down your tent.
Yeah, basically. Stay on the road, go out there, see the world, do cool things. I mean, I just took his views from like typical nomadic people. All the views they have on like why it's good to stay mobile. Like that was like his basically thought. He values that same way of life. And historically, especially through very like tribalistic areas, that was actually somewhat very common. There were several nomadic Native American tribes, several nomadic Chinese tribes. Even like Europe had a number of nomadic tribes.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly
people who keep moving.
Mongolians everywhere.
Yeah, that's why I said Chinese.
Well, no, like I mean everywhere,
Oh yeah.
because they hit Europe hard.
Yeah, I know. They're on my gates in every game.
Oh, that's just Strong Curtain again.
Oops, all barbs. Oops, all barbs. Oops, all barbs.
But yeah, that was so like again, he was someone that like in his way of thinking, if you keep moving, there's all these benefits. That's why he's like, oh, you don't always go. Hey, wherever the where the hunting goes, you go with them. You want to see somewhere cool? Let's just go see that.
And that's a thing too. Like if you want to travel, go out and see stuff. That's what she does. Nobody is like but he's saying the extreme of no, like I would be the one to then say for our entire grove, no, we are all moving. We're not settling down. Where she'd be like, it would be the thing of you can still go off and pursue the things you want to pursue.
No,
And if you want to have a place to at least call back to as like a home that you always like eventually return to before you set out again, you can have that. If you just want to leave,
Well, this is literally just like any religion. Like, I mean, like the difference in the Druid orders is exactly the same as like differences in Christian orders. Like they have a very different fundamental understanding in how you talk to God, and comically enough, they're all correct. Because Mr. Nature Druid, Wild Druid, is absolutely correct in his relationship and how he talks to nature. And it is distinctly different than how the other two talk to nature. He is 100% correct in his belief because nature told him so. That's the problem.
Kind of neat because they're all druids. They all venerate nature. They all take care of animals. They all have like the core druid, values. You have to be a druid, and they're all flame druids, so they all share the same flame druid values. But it's what's it called? And while Avisis has taken up, also being a storm druids basically say, hey, don't pollute the sky and you're good. And like, what's it called? What is it like? Yeah, just like
animal order,
basically
don't be
strong.
Addict to animals.
But all druids don't be addicted to animals.
Not the ones that are about just destroying all of this world and all of humanity and all of everything.
There's no Druid order that falls into that specifically.
The blight druids, they want to blight everything.
Blight Druids believe in rot and breakdown. That's just kind of they just focus on one part of nature.
Yeah, they just really like mushrooms.
Yeah, kind of like how my similar analogy to the untamed druids are like, oh, there's no like scoffing at a roof. Nature doesn't even scoff at roofs. Nature, this is why animals make caves and dens and beavers make dams and all that. They just remember druids kind of live in a giant contradiction. They put big blinders to what it means to be nature because nature has a lot of representations. Like, that's just kind of what it is. And they're all correct, including the exclusion of the other person's view. Because that's kind of how nature exists, as a complicated, giant organism that finds harmony in how much it conflicts with itself.
That's also why, but that's why Lorelai is like a circle kind of explorer of delving into like each of them, seeing like the value in each of them, and whatever like individual things that she wouldn't want to do wouldn't necessarily be because of. Some of them would be because of the orders, like the anathema, but other things would be just because she herself just wouldn't want to do that. Like, she doesn't want to just rip children's limbs off as punishment for a mistake that can be fixed. You know, like.
Oh, absolutely.
That would be a personal thing, not because an order told her.
That can be fixed? What do you mean?
Well, because the grove can be healed.
No,
Those
they
plants
died.
can be healed.
No, they're all dead.
They regrew them.
They grew new ones.
Yeah, the plants are dead. And the plants were
different.
spirits.
Mm-hmm. See, you're seeing plants as just plants, like salad.
I specifically was talking to him about the spirits, so I didn't think the spirits didn't go anywhere.
No, the spirits died.
Yeah,
That's the whole point. It was like killing
I
their
see
family.
it more as like a reincarnation. The nature, the spirits, that part dies, and then it regrows. And
it would be the same, like if
back.
somebody killed like members of your grove, and then you had new babies. Would you just consider that reincarnation?
Yeah, pretty much. Those were all lives that were lost.
Because they're not nature spirits,
brought back new lives. That's they see every planet the same way you see a person. If you slaughter a bunch of people but then bring in new babies, it didn't stop you from slaughtering all those people. Even if there are a bunch of new babies here, you still have a bunch of people you burnt to death. These are plant druids who worship plants. Like, these plants are like just like people to them. That's like the same way you would see an animal and as a living being that matters, and it it's important.
But they would also
animal.
eat plants.
You can so with plants you can give off parts of it.
So again,
but not hurt. You can give okay, this is just teaching basic botany. Plants can give off things like fruit and other bits and not kill the plant. When you are like harvesting leaves and whatnot, you don't butcher the whole plant and rip it out by the roots and kill it. You trim stuff off and then it keeps growing, and you trim stuff off and you keep going. That's very, very, very different. You can harvest plants all day long and not kill the plant.
Although if you think about it, plants feel pain, so that's kind of fucked up.
Well,
yeah, I mean, you're still chopping off limbs.
Well,
the smoking is for recreation, it's not for survival.
Or is it more like we're trimming their nails?
It would definitely.
And considering if you take too much, then they will die. It's
they don't take too much.
They would never take too much. That'd be anathema to them. They'd lose their power for taking too much.
So it wouldn't be okay. It wouldn't be like cutting off your finger because your finger doesn't regrow. It would be like pulling off the fingernail entirely.
Fair.
They have
because it would still be painful.
Well, the question is, and this is now the arrogant question: do we know they feel pain in that regard, like that? We know they register damage, but does it register as like a pain? Oh my god! Signal.
There's no way for like us to know.
True. And that's why it's the
at that point it's up to the DM.
Yeah,
because
the way I see it,
it's like at the end of the day, you don't know if
yes, the druids would.
if all souls of a person are all brand new each time, or if we are like within this game, reincarnated, so potentially, yeah, a baby is born. Someone died, and maybe it is that soul from somebody and reliving different lives, you know.
But there's
But
no
you're not going to be
comparing
aware of it. I mean, they even
this,
have a reincarnate spell.
but
But
there's
that's
no
not what
comparing
happened. It's
this
if
to
100.
burning a whole grove down and watching it be incinerated. A sacred ancient grove.
Yeah, like 100-year-old oak burned and went down. The new sproutling that comes up is not the 100-year-old oak. You know.
Yeah, it is like vastly, vastly, vastly different. That which is why they had such an extreme thing. You know, to them they went through a whole pack of fucking like lions or animals or whatever and just killed all of them. And you find someone who goes to a giant like herd of animals and just like Trail of Tears them, an animal druid's killing them for that. Oh boy, are they.
Oh yeah.
Let's
Run the
thing.
buffalo off the cliff. Yeah, that's definitely a druid work run.
Oh dude, yeah.
Yeah.
You go to like a fucking area of nature and you just found out people ran through and just butchered all the animals of an area and just left their bodies there dead. Animal
Yeah.
druids are very likely gonna you'll wish you got turned into a bean on a pole.
Disney learned very quickly to not make animal documentaries in Galarian.
I'm not saying she wouldn't kill somebody, but they are getting their punishment. Their limbs did get ripped off.
Yep.
But they didn't get outright killed. And the difference being remorseful or an accident or like a very stupid choice made in an instant and then instantly regretted versus someone who's like, hey, look at all these animals. Let me kill them all
An
for
accident
funsies.
It wasn't an
and then
accident.
doing
but
something fucking stupid and then regretting it, vastly different outcomes. You can murder someone in a heat of a moment on accident and immediately regret it, but you still murk somebody. Accident where you accidentally do something and results in someone's death, again, not the same thing.
Yeah.
That's manslaughter on top of two different charges.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
Shoot. Let's turn down the consequence and yet make it feel way more offensive. If in a normal discussion right here, I lose it and just slap one of you because I don't appreciate what you said, yeah, I could say that was like a loose moment of impulse and I regret it. That doesn't mean I didn't just, that was a fucking asshole maneuver.
Yeah.
Right? That is still one of those, no, we need to address this because that is an extreme measure. Why did that happen? You know? It's exactly that slap still happened. So yeah.
Okay.
You could also chalk up what they did to a accidental. They didn't realize that they accidentally killed beings because they weren't thinking about it at the time. And then they made an oops. And then they were like, oh shit.
That's all. It doesn't need to be sacred spirits or whatnot. Again, it's like killing a bunch of animals. These are plant druids who worship plants. These living beings, these oaks.
As I'm saying, because the kids didn't understand that they're living.
They were still druids, officially druids. They could conjure magic, druid magic. They knew better. These weren't just, asshole teenage arsons. These are people who could command the power of nature.
And what they did was out of malice anyway. That's why they did it.
Yurth made comment they'd lost power. They'd committed an anathema to their own order in doing it. They knew what they were doing. They were just angry. A lot of times, again, people with flame, they get angry. The kids got angry and they acted out.
But it's a feeling of being provoked. The animal that you keep poking with a stick, and then it bites you, versus
they're
simply being
have no agency.
Versus, well, you do that to a person, but it's like a difference of then the plant druids. Even if this thing never happened, but they're like, ugh, there's some flame druids. I hate flame druids. They make me mad. I attack them.
That's not what happened. What?
But
That's what I'm
even-
saying, is that that's not how it's, again, different versus you're being fucked with, you're being fucked with, you're being fucked with, you're stupid and you don't realize what the hell you're doing and like the actual impact of it, and you do it, instant
Well, no,
regret
that
and then instant
But
karma.
that's not what happened. That wasn't what was conveyed that happened. This is a fan fiction. Unless someone else got that vibe.
no,
yeah. Let's put it this way: even if they were young and didn't realize
So
exactly
you're taking
what
back
would
the
have
whole
been,
thing of
no.
that
Of
the
what?
plant druids were giving them shit the entire time they were there.
no.
Oh no, they were provoked, but it doesn't matter. Just because they were provoked doesn't mean it justifies the extremes they went to.
I didn't say that they were justified in doing it.
Then what?
It's a reaction that can very
Yes,
well
but
happen.
the reaction was reckless to a homicidal level. Therefore, it's not excused. That's all. You know, they were homicidally reckless. They set fire to homes, a grove in this case.
And people.
Yeah.
The plant druids possessively, you got bullied at a bar, so you went home and you killed a bunch of people, or went to someone else's house and killed a bunch of people.
Yeah, you set fire to the. You got into a bar fight and you went to the guy's house and you set his house on fire and his family happened to die in it.
It wasn't even a bar fight. Is that you went to a bar, the person insulted you, so you went and lit his house on fire and burned and killed some neighbors.
Well, they got their ass whooped.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plant druids
So it was a
talk
bar
shit,
fight. It was
they
a bar
rose up
fight.
for it. It was
Okay.
a bar fight, yeah. It was
Yeah, it was a bar
they got
fight.
thrown out of
I
the
thought it
bar.
was just insults. So that
No, they got their ass whooped, and as a result, they decided to go burn down the grove.
Mm.
But yes, that's stated. It's like, yeah, you got into a bar fight, and because it sucks, you got your pride hurt. You burned down the guy's house. That's why.
I'm not
Like, don't get me
arguing that
wrong.
they shouldn't have gotten any sort of punishment whatsoever.
It just the thing is, their punishment should still feel as if it was intentional, because the consequences were dire enough.
The big thing I tried to convey to them, and apologies if I didn't put it off, but the same way an animal druid would take a bunch of animals being killed, not like, oh, well, you put a bunch of dogs down, it's not that big a deal, they're just dogs. An animal druid is taken, it's like, no, you just murdered a bunch of people because they hold animals at a higher level, being an animal druid. The plants are the equivalent. They didn't just, fuck up my yard, they killed a bunch of my people. And the same way, like you yourself, Laura or Lorelai, the character, can like talk to plants and like communicate. These are plants these people have been talking to for like 100 years. Like they mean something, they matter to them. These are living community members and friends and family to them. And these kids went and just killed them all. And that's why they came back looking for blood. You didn't just fuck up my yard, you killed my friends. Hundreds of my friends. And you're gonna fucking pay for it.
But they were also happy to just take out the entire grove instead of the two responsible.
Yeah.
they were representatives of the grove.
Mhm.
It'd be the same thing if you send like somebody to go negotiate peace like on a nation level, and that diplomat decides to like kill people in that country. They're gonna treat it as an act of war. They weren't random citizens; they were diplomats.
There's a reason why Earth took the fucking fall for this.
Like
And
you
they
think
agree.
300, the guy who got kicked in the well.
Yeah. But what's it called? I said it was a genocide from their perspective, and they were gonna pay it back in kind. Keep in mind they are neutral characters. You come and you genocide our people, we're gonna go back and genocide yours. Eye for an eye.
I mean,
But
they were
you guys-
they were speaking a little hot and loose. They were willing to hit some collateral. Been making some commentary. They might even hit our town because these people were sheltered at our keep.
They were fucking pissed.
Yeah.
But you guys made good arguments. You made good points. They agreed they didn't need to die for their crimes. And there was a chance they could be rehabilitated. They still wanted blood, but ultimately they accepted, what's it called, putting them through getting their piece of flesh, as it were, or the pound of flesh, while also rehabilitating these kids who were younger. Did they do it in a cruel way? Absolutely. People need to suffer for the genocide that happened to their people, but they were willing to not completely take them out. So yeah,
Mhm.
I was happy with how I handled them.
Yeah. That's the thing. One of those complicated issues of, we kind of gotta make. How do you make right something that is technically like these bumbling morons' fault?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And like I said, it's good to have the Joker characters. The Scarlet Triad are Jokers. Butchered a lot of them. But it's fun to put the little grayish characters that you're kind of saying, should they die? Shouldn't they die? You could really make a decent argument either way. What's the greater output? And I'm happy when people disagree. There's been a number of times when I have a moral quandary and a few of you were on one side, a few of you on the other, and you're kind of discussing how you want to go down. And that's rich storyline. If I can present something that 2 or 3 of you are on one side of and 2 and 3 are on the other, I've hit the mark. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
You'll have the baddie McBad guy, Ezra Embermead. No one wanted to save Ezra Embermead. You beat the life out of that woman and she died. Evil volcano dragon guy, he could go. But you guys actually spared the evil lava elemental. That was interesting. Way to go. But yeah, I think a lot of the good storytelling, there is murkiness to it. It's not just well, here's a bunch of good guys who hit all the bad guys, or here's someone who's just dickhead for the point of being, whatever dickhead. I try to make juicy, meaningful writing that makes you think and makes you question. That we have debates like this, and everyone's like da 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 da, and there'll be plenty of easy choices. You guys are gonna murder all kinds of cool people and not even think about it. All those mercenaries that killed Duran's kid, they could go. But I always have to keep in the back of my head. Y'all might try to save one because every now and again you're well, but Belmazog's been fun. They were a fucked up person that had one sentence in their 2-page biography. I'm like, what if? So I dangled it out there and y'all took it, and that character has been a blast. Calmont, you're supposed to capture him, probably kill him, or send him to the guards and he gets executed. He's now a permanent member of the campaign. And it makes this juicy thing. The thing I'd see in a movie, the things I'd read in a book. Yeah, we saw the bad guy. We killed him. He's dead. We moved on. That's cool. But the juicy ones, those are fun. Those are memorable. I'll forget Ezra Embermead. It'll take me a long time for me to forget Calmont.
Hell yeah. Good. Had at some point flip flop his argument of hang him.
You really wanted to eat him.
I at the same trial started going with we should definitely just hang him, and ended with all right. Don't get me wrong, I still believe we should definitely hang him, but our fallen party member really, really likely probably wouldn't have wanted him hanged, so I'm gonna vote against hanging him.
It's fun. And so you notice I run into situations like this because I'm still DMing. These aren't going away. You're going to see lots of moral quandaries where I'm not going to be surprised if someone like Kate or Sar is going to be on one side of my perspective, while someone like Ruben or Key, you're going to be on the other side.
Yeah.
And then Flynn will give the voice a reason that ultimately decides where the people going, or Ryan will. Ryan kind of goes, John's a bit darker, but then John was a bit lighter. So Ryan kind of goes back and forth depending who he's playing.
Mm-hmm.
But then Jerron comes out with voices of reason. So it's fun. that's what I'm trying to do when I write, and I'm happy with it. It's easy to make just the bad guy the good guy, but neutral. Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah,
Plus,
it's hard.
yeah. Well, it gives me something, as especially for me being the character that's going to be like, look, I'm going to try to give reasonable solutions, but I'm never going to forget the solution. You do know I could just kill you, right?
Just
But
kill you.
you know that's not the hero's mentality. But I'm also a feral adventurer, so moral dilemmas will occur when I just realize the struggle could be solved with a knife.
And because one of the prereqs for this campaign is everyone must be a hero, and I made that clear to everyone who joined, it makes these all a bit more fun.
Mhm.
Because if you have just evil dickheads in the party, I think it also kind of takes away from these moral fucking countries, because you would just either mindlessly agree with the evil person or turn the plot just to be a dick. Since you all are pretty heroic individuals, it makes these morally gray characters very fun to have in the game.
Mhm. Can we just kill him? I mean, we can. We definitely should. Damn it! All right,
Yeah.
fine. I agree. All right. Let's solve this like people who have homes,
A lot
not
of this,
murder hobos.
what's it called? Actually, Kate, are you still there?
Mhm.
A lot of the motivation, actually, what kind of pushed me in this direction, beyond just the Calmont situation, which was a debacle from session 2. When the party first gets to the Mwangi, majority of the Akuje hate the party. And are like, they're mean, they make snide comments, they're very insulting. Most of them don't speak the party's language, and the party kind of like has to win them over. And it was kind of messy, but like the party did well. And as you like get more stuff done, it gets easier. Ryan actually handled the most outright, just blatantly hostile member, which was the hunter elf that came down. Akos, I think his name is. I think he starts out like unfriendly, borderline hostile to the party.
Tiako.
Tiako was. I think Tiako was the character actually I created. I want to
Okay,
say
yeah.
Akos was the guy. Tiako was the blacksmith. He was also kind of
Oh, yes.
negative towards you guys. Yeah, he was a product of my own creation.
Ah, yeah.
He was to integrate the other person's character, who like came and went. Yeah, the twins Oseiatsu and Osei Panen condescend. They look down on the party, and you have to like earn their approval. But as you succeed, like I think one of them trivias you, and the other one does something else. You slowly like earn their favor. Yeah, Akosa is unfriendly, almost hostile to the party. And he looks so happy in the book too. Like, look at this fucking guy. Like, but I want to say like his wife was killed by outsiders, so he just hates all outsiders. They really need to have more pictures on the Googles of these characters, so I'm not taking like shitty phone pictures. But yeah, I like Dakosa. Josty is friendly with you guys off the bat. Like as long as when you first get there and all the archers are aiming to shoot you, you don't like respond hostilely. He's pretty friendly. If you respond at all hostile when you first come through the gate, he's immediately more hostile.
Makes sense.
But it's also like that's a potential party wipe situation. Well, it's not a party wipe. I think it's like they rain you with arrows, knock you all unconscious, and then they bring you in chains. And it's like if you don't agree to work with, if you don't like basically agree to work with them there, they just basically ban you from like their region, and then it's like you can't go back through the portal to get home, and you can't enter their town, and then you probably died of malaria.
Yeah, the Morag is a fucking awful place to get stranded.
Oh yeah, and I said the Akuji are isolationists, so they only open up to the party really because you A, come through their holy portal, and B, they're getting bullied by the cult of cinders.
Mm-hmm.
Fun times. Oh, can I get you guys overcome that friction, and then now you have all these buddies.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Good friction is something I've come to really appreciate in not just narration but games. I've realized if you streamline stuff too easy, you make things too smooth, it just becomes boring, unmemorable, and meh.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I've got to be unconscious because I got to be up in 5 hours and 53 minutes.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
man.
go
Good
sleep.
session.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's it called? Are you still usually free on Sundays, Key?
Just depends. These last few weeks, I've been helping out my folks around and hanging out with them. Last week we were going to like a bunch of arboretums, but I would like to try and make some time such for the Sunday evenings if
Yeah. Hit me up Saturday, like midday
Yeah.
if you can, if you'll be free Sunday, because otherwise I end up making plans with like Ruben, Josh, and David on Sunday.
makes sense. All right, yeah, I'll do that.
So we've been doing Windrose whenever we have free time, which has usually been plugged into Sundays since you've been busy.
Fair
Very
enough.
fun game.
Very cool.
How far have
Okay,
you gotten
yeah,
in that?
We're at the tail end of the Highlands, or the foothills, or whatever. Ah.
I hate the wolves. And the goats.
They were.
You already fought gators.
We're
We're not supposed to, but we found an island and we fought some gators.
What's it called? They felt good progression wise. Like we showed up to the foothills and they beat the snot out of us. And then we got geared and it was like, okay, fight. Then we like got level 10, which was the max for the foothills, and now we just slaughter them. I was like, that feels good.
The wolves are now like season 8 demons.
Appropriate friction. Adversity tends to overcome.
I want to ascend my Buccaneer rifle. With a 15%
well-
added damage to animals.
I know a character in a game tomorrow who would like that rifle.
Is it you?
It's not me, but it is a character I play. Arjun, my Colo dragon, hates animals. Fucking hates animals. He has thoroughly believed there is a giant conspiracy. All the animals are in it. They're all evil as sin, and they all have to die.
The Great Squirrel Conspiracy, except it's all animals.
It's literally, and then like every time they're in a room and like a new random counter or something happens, and it's an animal, it's like, see, I fucking told you guys.
Every time he comes back to Kintargo, Zell's just looking at him like, what the fuck? How did your father raise you?
Not
Does the
fighting,
Colo travel with the cat?
I'll actually show you. I have a picture of Arjun.
It is Rusian's skit, right?
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Hey, rest
Have a good
well.
Good
night.
night.
Yeah, it is Rusian's kid. Rusian's dad. Rusian didn't prepare him to land on an island full of murderous animals.
That's the same campaign where Chad's a cat.
Yes.
Nice.
Just a cat?
I'm
Just awakened
assuming the
cat?
cat's one of the good ones.
No, he's also a squirrel.
I
I play
Double
cat and a
evil.
squirrel.
Excellent.
So he's been progressing. I'm not going to go Age of Ashes because that's inappropriate. I'll throw him in general. I have my first image, my second image, and my third image of him.
Ah. Ah.
That
I
third image
see.
was made after I almost died last session.
That'll do it.
There was an evil priest guy, so I ran at him with both my swords in my hand. Then a giant bat swarm, and then another giant bat swarm, and then a giant living bat person. And then the swarms were like 50 feet wide, and there's 2 of them, and the bat person faked my back, and they all started beating the life out of me. Ruben came in and saved me, and then David came in and healed me, and Ruben is playing a guardian, so he's able to like mitigate things and take shots and whatnot.
Ryan
Okay.
hates me.
So he came in and defended me. Ruben's playing Bertrand's kid.
Okay.
I'm not
Nice.
sure what he does, but yeah. So he's a super like tank guardian guy, who's always very, very, very clean and always has soap.
Does he carry on the double shield tradition, or?
No double shield yet. I don't know if there's any options for that, but I've heard there's. Who knows? But yeah. Then David ran his goblin in, and then he used like a ranged heal on me and kept me from dying. But there's a lot of bats. We fought so many bats. That's why in his hand there is a dead bat. The second one is we fought chupacabras, and they were all skin and bones. So I ripped out their spines and gave one to me and Kiki's character to wear as scarves.
Chupacabra scarves.
Yeah. I was like, well, still meat, but I can at least pull the spine out and wear it as a cool scarf. Look how cool I look. he's a monster. Like, I've leaned very hard into the monster-y aspect of him.
The funny thing is, it wasn't even creatures that almost killed you. The closest you came to death was a gate.
Yeah.
Did you
That was
push
in
when you
league with
should
the
have pulled?
monster. Well, no. The boar actually knocked me unconscious my first session.
I meant like in the dungeon we were in. You're talking about like
Oh,
you ran
yeah,
in.
Yeah. I was just sprinting through the dungeon as a crazy fighter barbarian, and I stepped on a trap at a gate. It's basically like a giant gate with a bunch of spikes on one side that just flings open.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, stapled me to the wall. It was very painful.
Grant, why can't you get hit by traps like that? Why do you gotta get hit by the traps that just give you a fucking heart attack?
You know, that's a good question. And it was a trans-dimensional trap, along with a broad and reaching illusion, hypnosis, something like that. Suggestion.
Grant had the one moment of, fuck, I died, and then immediately just pushed that thought back down. It's like, nope. Not
Repress
unpacking
the shit
that
out of
ever.
that. Repressing that.
That is never
Not
getting
happening.
unpacked. Dust Sands
Not
walks
happening.
away.
Well, I'm happy you guys enjoyed the evening. I will catch you guys soon.
Absolutely, brother.
Rest
You have
well.
a great one.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Yeah, likewise, I'm gonna get myself some rest. I tend to operate on an early schedule myself. You all have a wonderful night.
Okay, bye.
Wrap up stream and head off myself.
Okay, bye.
Bye. I don't know why I hit mute there, but okay. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. That's our Pathfinder shenanigans for the night. With follow-up random bullshit Pathfinder discussion afterwards. Oh yeah. Hopefully you all enjoyed. It was fun. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow around 5 p.m. Eastern. Gonna be starting on, oh god, gonna be starting on the last game for the Donathon reward goals from the end of last year. So we get to start Mystery of the Druids tomorrow. God have mercy. But there's a link in chat for community Discord. Absolutely zero pressure to join, but is the best way to know when I go live or to get updates about the streams. Updates about the stream. But yeah. I also post a weekly schedule there as well as over on my Blue Sky, so feel free to check those out. And yeah, I am gonna go ahead and send y'all over to Aki Bread because Aki is finally back streaming. Aki's a heckin' good bean, so go over there, give her some love, vibe, chill, relax, have fun. She is currently, hopefully, finally finishing up Trauma Team. So yeah, go hang out with that. Yeah, go hang out with Aki, give her some love, vibe, chill, relax, have fun, and please remember that, especially now, it's okay to not be okay. Do what you can to be there for your friends, family, loved ones. Love your pets as much as you can while you can. Take care of yourselves. You can't do the rest of that if you don't take care of yourselves. Yeah, go hang out with Aki. Again, give her some love. And yeah, have a great rest of your day, night, whatever it is in your time zone. Yeah, like I said, take care of yourselves. Love you, dorks. Bye.